I'm Dave Madison, and this is my wife Wendy, and we love to play darts.
I went to a soft tip dart tournament with a couple friends of mine, and we get to the finals of the event, and we're playing against two guys I know, and this young lady was their girl partner, and I thought she was very attractive, and I liked her, and I started talking to her, and I bought her a drink, and I distinctly remember her saying, "Are you hitting on me?" I'm like, well, kinda. But she had a boyfriend at the time, but that's kind of how we met. And I still argue to this day that we won the tournament, but I think you said
no, we won the tournament.
No, so I'm pretty sure we won the tournament, but
I actually met my husband at a bar at a tournament. We were playing, it was a mixed reps tournament, and my team we beat them.
So then months went by, and I was at one of the guys that she was playing with. I was playing a tournament with him, and we needed a girl for the mixed events, and I said, hey, what about that girl Wendy that you played with? So he brought her into the tournament, and we played, and then we talked a little bit more, and then she asked me about steel tip darts, and she wanted to play a steel tip league. So I said, hey, there's a mixed doubles steel tip league, how about playing with me sometime? So she said sure. And then months later, we kind of talked out of the blue again, and she brought that up, and there happened to be a league started, so we started playing the steel tip Thursday night mixed doubles league together. And kind of over that 15-week period, to me, is when we kind of developed our relationship. And she was actually just broke up with her boyfriend, or was breaking up with her boyfriend at the time. I was single, and then so by the time the season had ended, we were able to actually go on dates and stuff. So
yep, first date.
Darts was such a big part of my life in my 20s and 30s that I missed a lot of family events. Like a story I always tell is my 30th birthday party happened to fall on a weekend of a tournament here. The Southern Illinois Dart League has a tournament, and my 30th birthday happened to fall the day of that tournament, and my family was trying to like trick me into coming to this party because it was also my aunt's 50th birthday party, and I basically had to tell them, I am not coming. I am going to this dart tournament. You know, and looking back, stuff like that, I regret it. I wish I would have went to my 30th birthday party because I played so many tournaments, but at the time, darts was it. Darts was more important to me than going to my own birthday party, kind of a thing. So, in terms of our lives, it's funny because if I would have met her and got married in my 20s, all my wedding party and most people at the party would have been high school. I played a lot of sports as high school. There would have been a lot of teammates, a lot of high school people I grew up with from school and everything. But when we actually did get married, our wedding was like 95% dart players. I mean, that's how much our life had changed. So.
There's our wedding picture up there. Everyone in there is a dart player.
Everyone in there is a dart player,
except for maybe 3 or 4 people.
Yeah, except for her 2 sisters and my cousin, who was my best man. But everybody else in there are dart people we met through the dart world. Every sport I played my entire life, soccer, baseball. Like I said, I was always one of the better players in the team, but I was never like the best player in the team. So like the best players got all the attention, but I was the one that did the grunt work and basically without guys like me, teams don't win. As I got older and got into darts, I guess I won enough that I became the man. Because I'd be the one that won all the time. Everybody wanted me on their dart team, and everybody wanted to play tournaments with me. So that filled. So instead of being really, really good, but not the best, I was becoming one of the best in darts. So that kind of filled that void for me. With the TOC, it gives guys that are not, you don't have to be, to win the big money, yeah, you're going to have to be one of the best players. But there's a lot of money to be run out there, and you don't have to be, the TOC gives you a lot of opportunities for guys that are, let's say, even average. Average players can still win a lot of money, and they can get into this blind draw, and they can grab the best player, and they can have a hot day, and they can go on and win 20 grand, and then be on the live internet feeds and stuff like that, and it just gives everybody a great opportunity.
I know that I could be like one of the best, but the thing is, I have a 3-year-old. I have my dream right now. Like I have my husband, my kid, my dream house. So it's kind of like, but I still love to play darts. Like I still would like to win and be good someday.
I'm Dennis Sandin, 2013-2015 Men's TOC Champ. I've been playing since 2000, and I'm a laborer out of St. Louis, and a guy came up to me and said, "Hey Dennis, would you like to throw in a dart league?" And I said, "No, you got the wrong guy." He goes, "I got 2 weeks left. I'll pay for your darts. I'll pay for everything." He goes, "Just show up, just 2 weeks." And I said, "All right, I'll do it." And from there I was hooked. I mean, it was every weekend playing darts, and I was the thrill of playing other people and the competition, and you had your ups and downs. TOC, when I first looked at it, I looked at the $20,000, you know, the chance to win $20,000, which all your dart tournaments around, you know, it's never been that high ever. The first year they did it, I couldn't play in it because my mom was really sick. So I took the first year off and went to visit her in Kentucky. And she ended up dying. And so it really hurt. And I couldn't concentrate and put my head into the game. And then, so after about a month went by, I started throwing a little bit more darts and it wasn't flying good and I wasn't feeling comfortable. And well, 16 more days after that, my dad passed away. It was 46 days. And it hit me again. God really put in challenge to me. And I always wanted my mom to see me win something big. And she's always there for darts. I wanted to show her that I could do it. Well, after that, my mom and dad passed away, I started trying to focus on the darts again and shooting. And then I said I'm gonna put a team together to win, and I wanted to really, really win so bad. And we ended up playing, we ended up winning the first game, winning the second game, winning the third game, and it got more excited. I told my wife, I said, you know, I think we have a chance. And she goes, well, just keep on playing your darts and you'll be fine. So I stayed calm, and so then we ended up playing for the match. I really didn't shoot the best darts throwing it, but I ended up winning it. And I did that for my mom and dad. And I knew that he was watching me. I said, I got something that they don't have. I got my partner Scott and my mom and dad. That's 4 of us against 2 people. We should win. And we ended up winning it. And it made me so proud. So TOC is a chance for anybody. I mean, I'm not the greatest player. And if you put your heart into it, you can do anything you want to. I mean, you got great players out there, better than me, but I stick with it and I practice and I practice. Every day you have a chance to beat somebody, and that's what we're all here for. And we all want to beat the best, and that's what we shoot for.
can't believe we're on national TV, probably millions and millions of people watching, and you still think you beat me in that tournament when we first met. You know that my team beat your team.
No. You have a problem with remembering things.
I don't think so.
On my team beat yours.
Okay, tell me
100%.
Name the people that are even on your team that day.
Phil and Rob.
Okay,
I remember
might have been
it
right there.
like the back of my hand.
But you got me there because I don't remember who my girl was. I know I had Chuck.
I
still
remember who your
if
girl
it was.
It was Jessie.
It was Jessie?
Yes.
Okay.
See how I remember
Okay,
the exact
Just
detail
because you
of
remember
every
that
moment of it?
doesn't mean I don't remember that we won.
No.
Back in those days, I never lost. Never.
You did that day.
I did lose that day?
Yeah.
Maybe that's why I actually had an eye on you, because no one ever beats me. And you actually beat me that day.
Right.
That could be the reason.
I don't think so.
Even though I still don't think you beat me.
How you feel about sleeping in Benny's bunk bed tonight?
Now, you know, on second thought, maybe you did squeak that one out for you. You might have beat us.
Yeah.
Welcome everybody to South 94 Bistro. This is the home bar for Wendy and myself. We play here 2 or 3 times a week for league. We come here about once a month for tournaments. I run tournaments out of here, both soft tip and steel tip tournaments. We just enjoy the atmosphere here. We enjoy the people here. Carol Gold, the owner of the bar, Jerry Gold, the owner, very nice people. They've done very nice things for the dart players here.
We are at South 94 Bistro. It's my most favorite dart bar ever. They have the best bartenders here. I've met like so many close friends of mine here. It's just my favorite place to play darts. Like, I like to call myself the dream breaker because I'm not like freaking amazing in darts, but if you are playing to win, I'm probably gonna beat you. Maybe. Like, I might beat you. No, I'm probably gonna beat you. I don't want to sound like a jerk or anything. Dream breaker is not like I'm, crushing your dreams or anything. That's all right, buddy. The reason why I came up with it is mostly because I was at a tournament one time. It was a blind draw type deal, like all-star. You don't know who your partner is, whatever. So we're playing against this woman on the other team who is like really, really into darts. Like, I'm guessing it's like pretty much her life. She lives and breathes darts. Well, anyway, turns out we ended up losing the match in the third leg. She went to my partner behind my back and was like, your partner didn't even try. So, which is totally not true. Like, I never give up on my partners ever. Like, and so I guess what I'm saying is maybe I might not look like I care when I'm up there throwing, but really what's going on in my head is a total different story. Like, I'm super competitive. I totally want to win. I never give up. And that lady really pissed me off when she said that.
2015 TOC, I did not do very well, and I'm blaming it on the camera people because they were filming for the camera thing, and I'm going to be honest with you, I think it got in my head, and my game just went in the tank as soon as I started hearing about the TV thing. I wanted to be on the show. I wanted to prove that I was a good dart player, and for some reason, my game went in the toilet. So even though I've just told you all that, Mr. Camera there, stay out of my way, don't get in my face, don't make me nervous. Thank you.
2015 TOC, not a good one for me. It's the first year that I did not qualify. It's the first year that I did not make any money at all. It was very, very disappointing. I am much more excited this year. I feel like, yeah, the TOC is way huge. It's way bigger than it has ever been. But after the last couple years, I feel like it just kind of broke me in. So I guess you could say the awe and thrill of the whole situation is over, and now I just want to focus on getting in there and winning.
So when I get back to 2016 TOC this year, I'm really looking forward to seeing people that I always see, friends from Kansas City, friends from all over the country, but I'm also looking forward to redeeming myself, like I said, from last year. I didn't cash in a single event last year. First time in the 4 years I've been going there, I didn't cash in a single event. Like I said, one of the main goals is to get into the finale, which I'm actually already in, thanks to the pre-qualifier back in August. So one of my goals is already reached. My next goal will be to do well in that tournament. I don't want to just be one of the top 128 guys and get my $600, which is an awfully nice payout, but I'd much rather have some of the big money, and my goal is to do as best I can in that finale.
I'm going to break a lot of dreams. A lot. That's all I can say.
Hi, my name is Dennis Sandin. I'm from Baldwin, Illinois. Two-time champion of TOC. How to get the TOC? is playing remote leads, your leads, and whatever your vendor wants you to do. You know, also for new players coming in, get yourself in there. It's a lot of work to get in TOC, but also a lot of work will pay off. You know, the payoff is big. Remote leads is the next new thing coming up for everybody. Remote leads is fun. You get to play people from all over the world, and you don't have to leave your bar. Every remote lead that you get into, you get paid out for that, but the very end of it is the TOC, which is like a bonus for you. The bonus is extra money, is fun, is awesome. You get to meet a lot of people, and you get to shoot with different people there. And you know what? You win something, you guys become best friends, which you never knew each other. That's what I love about it so much. And when you go to TOC, you can end up with great players. When you guys gel together, you win together. It don't take one person to win, it takes two. I was a good player. I wasn't the greatest player. And TOC is a fun place to be. I hope I see you there, and you know what? You could be my partner.
Since Dennis won in 2015 at the TOC, you know, I mean, he, you know, we spent the whole weekend in Kansas City and enjoyed our time and everything, and just the year has been a whirlwind for us. Dennis had some medical issues in December and January, and that lasted through March, and luckily things are looking better. Our son decided to get married, and we had all those plans and everything, and it's just been a fun year. It's been a fun year.
I don't know if he was more excited or I was getting more excited, but it was nice to have the money to do all that for him too. So
Yes.
we helped him so much in there to get his wedding to be perfect for him, and it was one of the perfect weddings I've ever seen for a average Joe wedding. I mean, it wasn't the most expensive wedding in the world, but we made it look like it was. December 12th, I woke up and my finger was swollen. It was a morning, I was getting ready for work, and I got up, took a shower, and I felt it kind of tight. And I went to work, and all day at work it got more bigger, and came and told my boss, I said, hey, my finger's swollen up really bad, and I said I can barely touch it. I said I need to go and see a doctor. And he goes, you know what, Dennis? He goes, you've done a lot for me. Go ahead and get out of here. So it was 7 o'clock in the morning. Dr. Bodeman walked in, and he came straight up to me, and he goes, let me see your finger. And I put my hand out. I showed him, and he looked at it. He goes, son. He peeled on it. He goes, I'm sorry. And I said, sorry. And I said, did you look at the MRI? He goes, no. He goes, but I seen this a lot. He goes, looked like we're going to have to cut it and take it. And I said, why don't you go look at the MRI and then come back and tell me. And so he went down and looked at it, and I'm sitting there, they're going to take it. I know they're going to take it. And he comes back in and he goes, you're a young man, you're strong, you have no health issues with you. He goes, we're gonna put you in a IV, hook you up to IV and run this medicine through you and see what it does. And I said, well, you think it'll save my finger? He goes, it'll help your finger. He goes, what you got is never going to make it better, 100% better. He goes, you will have a dead finger. But what we're trying to do is have the infection spread any farther.
Yeah, to stop it from spreading.
And that's what you need to do. He goes, and I said, all right. And it came out pretty good, really. I got to use my finger still. Swelling went down. I can feel a little bit more comfortable throwing with my finger now than what it was before. So I'm happy with it. I still have little problems with it, but it's just the little problems. And then mostly it's mental now, is I have to say, is it my finger or is it just me? And go from there. Brady's Bar is my home bar. Been shooting out here for 7-8 months. They brought the board in here for me to shoot in my hometown. They're proud to have a little ball one guy be a champion of the TOC twice. They're excited. When I walk in here, they watch me. They sit there for hours watching me play in the game. And the guy in here today has taught me the game more than anybody else is Jeff Wright. I lost a lot of $5 bets with him, and he showed me the game and how to play it right, and he made me a monster.
And that's when you got to give back to the game. You let somebody play you that's trying to get better, and the way they get better is playing guys like you.
Right.
The same way it's like with me, you know. That's the greatest invention they come up with in darts.
But yeah, it's in the new state of the art.
I wish they'd have had this my whole life right here.
Right. The moccasins became a trademark in darts for me. They feel like I won with them, and they're my lucky darts, or they bring luck to my darts. And so every time I go out, I got to have them on, and the moccasins are like my luckiest shoes I ever wore in my life. On my off time, I like hunting, fishing, and fishing. Baldwin, I always fished when I was 18 years old, and Baldwin Lake, I pulled more catfish out of there than most people will ever pull out of any lake. And I love fishing. It relaxes me, gets me in a state of mind, gets me away from work. This year, I'm excited for 2016 TOC. I want to defend my title. I've worked really hard, practiced a lot of hours, and I'm also playing an MDI, which is for $50,000. And it's a sighting there. I have a chance this year to win $35,000 at the total. And it's a goal, and you shoot for it. Let's see what happens, you know. I'll see you at the TOC.
Hi, my name is Dennis Sandin. I'm from Baldwin, Illinois. Two-time champion of TOC. How to get the TOC is playing remote leads, your leads, and whatever your vendor wants you to do. You know. Also for new players coming in, get yourself in there. It's a lot of work to get in TOC, but also a lot of work will pay off. You know, the payoff is big. Remote leads is the next new thing coming up for everybody. Remote leads is fun. You get to play people from all over the world, and you don't have to leave your bar. Every remote lead that you get into, you get paid out for that, but the very end of it is the TOC, which is like a bonus for you. The bonus is extra money, is fun, is awesome. You get to meet a lot of people, and you get to shoot with different people there. And you know what? You win something, you guys become best friends, which you never knew each other. That's what I love about it so much. And when you go to TOC, you can end up with great players. When you guys gel together, you win together. It don't take one person to win, it takes two. I was a good player. I wasn't the greatest player. And TOC is a fun place to be. I hope I see you there, and you know what? You could be my partner. Hi, my name is Dennis Sandin. I'm from Baldwin, Illinois. Two-time champion of TOC. How to get the TOC is playing remote leads, your leads, and whatever your vendor wants you to do. Also for new players coming in, get yourself in there. It's a lot of work to get in TOC, but also a lot of work will pay off. The payoff is big. Remote leads is the next new thing coming up for everybody. Remote leads is fun. You get to play people from all over the world, and you don't have to leave your bar. Every remote lead that you get into, you get paid out for that, but the very end of it is the TOC, which is like a bonus for you. The bonus is extra money, is fun, is awesome. You get to meet a lot of people, and you get to shoot with different people there. And you know what? You win something, you guys become best friends, which you never knew each other. That's what I love about it so much. And when you go to TOC, you can end up with great players. When you guys gel together, you win together. It don't take one person to win, it takes two. I was a good player. I wasn't the greatest player. And TOC is a fun place to be. I hope I see you there, and you know what? You could be my partner.
Oh. Welcome back to day 2 here at the TOC in Kansas City, Missouri. I'm joined by Mr. DJ Sayre. We are getting everything in order here. And we just saw Don Stewart and Kim beat Carol Nessman and Mike Maloney.
Yeah, I'd have to say that's probably considered a slight upset. I know a lot of people's going to be a little weirded out to hear that, considering the fact that Don Stewart has the highest average of all men in the competition. But Nessie, I feel, even though it wasn't shown in that match, Kim played very well, makes up for the difference of Mike Maloney to Don Stewart. So I think when we saw the teams yesterday, the on paper favorites, if you will, was Mike Maloney and Carolyn Nessman. So to see them lose that match, I would say was a small upset.
Yeah, Don obviously playing out of his shoes. I think ended the second leg with a 6-2-5. And if Kim's going to stay over 3, I mean, it's going to be tough to beat 9 marks between the two partners.
Certainly, it should be an interesting event because there's still a lot of other really good teams rolling along.
Yeah, this has turned into the premier event for this tournament. Previously, the finale, obviously a little bit more people get into that finale, but this worth $50,000 for first place. Almost pales the $20,000 first place payout for the finale now.
Yeah, if you told me I was going to be able to win one event, it would certainly be this one over the finale. Not to diminish the finale at all, but yeah, these players worked very hard to get here. These are some of the top players in the PPD organization, and they've played a lot of games to earn their spot to be one of the invites. So I think everybody that played, or at least most everybody that played in a PPD league, this was the end goal. I mean, certainly we've seen a lot of players want to be in the finale, and that does carry a lot of weight. But if you played, you wanted to be in this event for a reason.
Well, and we see these pockets of players. We see Catherine Haycock warming up here. These pockets of players that this is why they joined these leagues, not for that finale. These players were dedicated, played in the mixed triples tournaments that were held over the weekends, and all that to earn those all-star points in order to qualify for this event. So it looks like we're going to have Jim Nolte and Catherine play against James and are you familiar with his partner?
It's Margaret Himseth.
Margaret.
I believe that's how you say her last name. I know it's Margaret.
So we're watching Jim here warm up. Seems to be feeling pretty good. Catherine, of course, one of the owners now of Ben Pro Magazine.
Yeah, the old Bullseye News. They're here. You see there on the back the name on one of the sponsors. And they've also kind of taken over a lot of the promotions for the Canada division, if you will, of the PPD. I mean, that's why we see a lot of Canadian players involved in this, is because they've kind of brought that to them. And they were here last year promoting the magazine. They saw the equity that this had, and they wanted to spread it everywhere.
For sure. So we see the players here doing the niceties at the beginning. I think we're getting ready for a cork.
So James, respectively the two males will cork for their teams. I almost wish it was two females.
You know, that's sometimes something that tournaments make a rule that the girl has to either
cork and start type of deal. Yeah.
Yep. And it adds just another element. And again, we talked about it yesterday. A lot of these matches are going to hinge on how well the female plays. There's not as much parity between the men as there is the females. So it looks like Jim and Catherine have won the cork. Another round of handshakes and high fives, and we'll be off and running here. This is still in the winners bracket of the tournament this morning. I believe a semifinal to go to the king seat match. Jim with a big open. James looks to be following him straight away, and he does with a 7 mark of his own.
So both men outfired quickly in this match. We'll see if the women can stay close and help their partners out.
I've actually only known Catherine as a commentator as well, and then with the Bullseye News. So this will be my first chance to see her in action.
Well, firing in a 4 mark on the 19s there in her first shot. She certainly can play. And Margaret, I know, has been around for a pretty long time. She's normally a pretty good player. So
yeah, very good group, but all in the one. So Jim has a chance here to really take a stranglehold on this first leg. Oh, and he does with another 6 mark. James yesterday, the winner of the PM qualifier, beating eventual finalist Nate Borland.
No, that was Willie.
Willie, that's right.
We did see James in action, but I'm pretty sure he lost his qualifier.
I don't think that's right either.
Okay. Well, either way, he was at least in a final yesterday.
He was in a
playing
final
pretty
yesterday.
solid. So Catherine putting in 2 single 16s, doesn't close the number. See if Margaret can make up for that blank that she had on her first turn.
James beat Mike Maloney in the very last leg of what could have been a triple dip for
That sounds right.
Mike Maloney.
Yeah, we'll get there.
So Jim really playing well right now. Up in the upper echelons of the averages here with a 6.5. The commentator's curse sees him put in the 2 mark. James going to try to make this respectable. Amount of comeback on the 15s.
Probably a little late for any late game heroics, but so Catherine will step to the board now, looking to at least close out the 15s.
And we are just not off to a good start here. So Catherine and Jim here are playing in the losers bracket after actually losing early on. The final, or the semifinals on the winners bracket are not completely decided. We do have Mary and Todd versus Trisha and Randy. Jim looking to sew this leg up. He won't be able to do it in this turn.
Doesn't even retake the point lead, so a very slack turn there for Jim. They still have a pretty commanding lead in this leg, only trailing 7 points with a 4-number advantage.
James frustrated here, but really had it all to do. Now, in a spot like this, do you just conserve your energy?
I mean, I'm never a fan of not trying my hardest. I know that mentally it's hard to stay focused when you're down this far, but
well, and I don't mean take the shot off, but I mean you could just tell he was very frustrated at that point. If you just stay in there, throw the darts, know you've got to start in the next leg. You're not you're not going through that roller coaster. You've kind of submitted yourself to the to just staying focused instead of, all right, I threw like crap that time.
Yeah, so we'll see Jim come up here. He's dropped his average from a 7-0 early doors all the way down to a 4-0. See if he can hit these 2 bulls plus get the point lead. And that's exactly what he's going to do. Great last 2 darts there from Jim to sew that leg up, take a 1-0 advantage. See Catherine give a little jig in the background. She's happy too. And for those that don't know, the man sitting in the middle of those three gentlemen back there is Jim Turntine, the founder and president of the PPD. So even he is very interested in this event. He wants to see all the matches. He enjoys good darts.
And to talk to Jim, he's very supportive of all of his players as well.
Oh, yeah.
He's constantly saying how good they are, and there's not a bad one in the bunch. We try to be a little bit more objective about that, but Jim is definitely a compassionate person, especially about this tournament and the players that support him and all of the partners. So we move to stacked 501. Again, open in, open out.
Jim firing in a hat trick right away to punish James's 81. This is a race to 2. The first game being cricket, the second game being 501. Obviously, if a tiebreaker is needed, they'll cork for start, and it is cricket.
And again, we see them institute the 501 only in the losers bracket. The winners bracket is all cricket. So James and them falling a little bit behind again here, even with the start. He's going to want to try to put in that $150, and there we see it. Great shot by James to try to get back on level pegging. But Jim and Catherine have effectively taken the darts here in the second leg. Looking good to win this match 2 straight.
Jim with a very fortunate fall out there to leave his partner with an out. I mean, pretty unlikely that Catherine's going to walk up here and stroke a 180, but you always want that opportunity. You never know if you're going to need it or not, and you just want a chance. But not going to matter much as Margaret is unable to leave James an out. So in a little bit of a shock, Margaret has been quite off in this match.
Catherine doing the smart thing, doesn't even throw for the 180, just wants
So Catherine does leave a 114 for Jim when he comes back. James going to try to apply some pressure to Jim's shot and hope that Margaret can take the out. But James struggling as well. I wonder if he's feeling a little deflated after getting beat in that cricket game so handily. So Jim, both players actually looking at 114, but Jim will get to throw at it first. Bullseye now. Oh, and he stays on the bullseye. I probably would have opted for the 14 and then the bullseye, but either way, I would say is correct. 56 remaining. He's going to talk to his partner. I love that move. Find out what she wants to throw at. Does she want you to hit a 6, leave her bullseye? Does she want you to throw a 16 and leave her 40 because she's a predominantly still tip player? Who knows? Talk to her. See what her head's at. That I wouldn't have done, however. Leave the 6. Now you're expecting her to throw at a bus number, and she only gets 1 dart at this unless she throws low in the double 3. I don't know that that's what Catherine said to him. But Margaret's going to give her a shot at this. We'll see if this comes back to bite him in the rear end, because I don't like this strategy at all. I feel like Jim kind of gave that dart away because he was upset that he didn't take it out.
Yeah, we see Catherine stepping up here. I think the shot's a double 3 initially.
Yeah, it's low on the 3. If I go off the board, I'm not mad. But Catherine walks up and strokes in a single 6, just barely missing the double. Great dart by her. You can tell the excitement. They're moving on in the one-loss bracket. James and Margaret will be relegated down to the last chance bracket, where they're going to have to play 1 game for their tournament life from here on out until they come a long way. But Jim Nolte and Catherine Haycock will move on, where they're going to face Mr. 2-time champion Dennis Sandrin and a lady that we saw a good bit of yesterday, Sandra Erdman. As soon as we get another match, we'll be right back.
Needless to say, when the pediatrician called and said that it was a solid bone tumor, it's hard to process.
I had osteosarcoma on my left distal femur.
It's really important to have foundations like Pediatric Cancer Foundation that are working on new trials, new medicines of hope for these kids.
You have a whole new perspective on life.
We set up our lemonade stand in the driveway and Jackson raised $2,800. Paying it forward is really important to us.
Excellent. So what are you going to do with the money? You got $10,000 each?
Money's going on a down payment on a house. So.
Wow.
Buying new shoes.
Shoes. That's awesome. A lot of shoes are $10,000. Dennis, this is your second time winning.
Yes, it is. The first time came in really good money because I was laid off. So this time I'm not laid off, so I probably spend my money a little bit better.
Excellent. Well, what are you going to do? What are you going to do with your money?
I'm going to fix my hot tub. That's broke. Have somebody fix it instead of me fixing it.
All right, we're back. We have a semifinal match. On the winner's side, we have Randy Talachka versus Trisha Romero, the newly founded last name. I think most people know her as Patricia Pluff. And we have Todd Drew versus Mary Ferguson. So most of these players are very used to playing on the stream board and in competitive matches. This is four of the better players in this event. This should be an interesting match.
Yeah, on paper, who do you favor?
You know, that's interesting. We could look at the averages and tell you. So we've got Mary Ferguson coming in with a 2.977 average.
So right around a 3.
And we have Trisha coming in with a 3.353. So advantage Trisha by about 4.4. On the men's side, we have Todd coming in with a 4.678 and Randy right behind him with a 4.669.
So again, we see the girl being on paper the difference in this match.
So although Todd a slight favorite on the averages, the difference of Trisha over Mary does make them the on paper favorite. Todd, however, did win the quirk and started with a 5 mark. Randy only able to follow with a 4, so an early lead for Mary and Todd.
And these players are playing a race to 4, so a lot of darts to be played. Semifinal of the winners bracket here. Trisha struggling on that second dart, but finds the triple 19 on her last to rescue that shot.
One triple a turn from a female player, and I know we don't want to harp on the male versus female, but all of these guys are very happy, or I shouldn't say very happy, but are happy, and most girls when they come away with one triple a turn. That's very steady. Even the guys, I mean, we just said both of these men are below a 5.0 average. If they can hit a triple a turn, follow it with 2 singles, that's a good turn.
Randy's going to be looking for more here though with first dart triple, and he finds another one for a big 7 mark.
Yeah, taking the lead for the first time in this leg.
Mary's darts are on fire, so she's blowing them out. Oh, she fires the first one in there. Oh, and finds the third as well. Great shot by Mary. So far, we can throw all that on paper stuff out the window because these guys are playing very, very well. All 4 players over their average right now. But when you're playing for $50,000, Dad, that's going to happen.
Completely agree. This is a good bit of pressure. I would love to know how the heads of each player is. Whether the money even calculates into it, or if you have the ability, the possibility of putting that out of your mind and just focusing on playing darts has to make you feel much more comfortable, because darts is easy. It's only as difficult as you make it. And Randy making it very easy right now. 2 triple 18s and taking the 20 away. Great shot by Randy.
Yeah, that's 7 mark, 9 mark for Randy. And you see Trisha, his partner, ecstatic after that shot. But Mary has come to play. Mama wants 50 grand.
Oh, she already talked about it. We saw it. She has a baby, a grandbaby, and she's ready to take that thing to Disneyland. So she wants that 25 grand. So Todd gonna look to bring his average up to where his partner Mary's is.
Todd played very well yesterday on the feed.
Yeah.
So we know he can, and we know the lights and cameras won't affect him at all.
Double 18 there to take away the 20 with his third dart. That's one of those darts where, as his opponent, you hate to see that go in. Like, because you know he wasn't supposed to throw that, and you want him punished for it. That dart's supposed to land outside, and you get to giggle on the inside. Oh, but Randy's not stopping. 797 for Mr. Talachka.
Mary, who's been the hot player for this team so far, will try to continue that run. It doesn't look like it's going to. She's going to need a triple to rescue this turn. Oh, and she does, but it's a 2. So Mary, again, only hits triples, but that time falling into the 2 twice.
Yeah, so here comes Trisha, going to keep the bus moving forward for her and Randy. Oh.
Trisha, knowing that the twos were closed, went ahead and closed the threes.
I think she threw the bus in neutral because they stayed the same.
Yeah, that was a pass for the two ladies for the teams.
So we'll see if Todd can punish Trisha's miss here, get him and Mary back in the lead. Exactly what he does with that third dart, but given the way Randy's had on the last 3 turns, you got to expect him to retake that lead. I just read the front of Randy's shirt, and I don't know what it is, but apparently he's a hashtag badass official. Oh, wow. Randy with his first slack turn in this leg, only coming away with 1 mark. So Mary now with the lead by 10 points and the better number is going to step to the board. The way she's been hitting those 17s, I'd probably stay on it. Nope, she's going to go trip 16 with the first one, but miss it into the 8. Single 17 to follow, and a triple 17. That's why I said stay 17s, Mary. Listen to me.
Trisha here, going to try to right the ship for her team. Throwing over at those 16s. Oh, only comes away with 3 solids.
Yeah, averages some averages because Trisha seems to be the lowest average so far. I have no doubt that she'll pick this up, but we thought she would be the advantage over Mary, and Mary's playing very well. Oh, and Todd's going to keep it rolling.
Todd puts in a big shot there.
Yeah, up by 47. He elected to go at the 15. You can't really doubt that move because Randy can't get the 15s plus take the lead and their number. Randy's going to need 7 15s just to get the point lead. He gets 4 with the first 2.
Very well may do that.
Oh, 1 hole out into the triple 10 just next door for Randy.
This match is only in the first leg, and it's already quite compelling.
Oh, I'm loving it. Now, we still have to keep in mind that these round limits are in play. So, if I'm Mary, I'm not sure where she's throwing, but I'd have been putting all of them in the 17 still. We're round 12. I don't want to get stuck. You start thinking about that stuff early.
So here comes Trisha. Slack couple of rounds in a row for her.
Yeah, needing 4 15s to get the point lead. She's not going to do it, but is going to catch a triple with that third dart to only be trailing by 4 points. So we'll see what Todd can do. Coming to the board, looking down 2 15s to shut it down, and needing 3 bulls to win it. Triple 15 with the first dart. Not even going to play around with the bulls. Great shot, Todd.
Great shot.
Back to the 17s and putting 6 in on it for 102 points to increase that lead to 106. All but putting this leg under wraps.
Randy moving over to those bullseyes. It's a last-ditch effort. I will say this isn't as bad for Randy and Trisha as they were going second in this. So they will have an opportunity to go first. Mary almost closing out the match there, but leaving just a single bull.
Yeah, going to set her partner up real nice. He's going to come back only needing 1 bullseye. That is unless Trisha can throw 6 of them. But she's only going to hit half of that. 3 bullseyes for Trisha. Make it look a little more respectable, but no doubt about it, Todd's going to come to the board looking at 1 bullseye to win the first game in this race to 4. Oh, and he's going to power close it with a big double. So game 1, advantage Todd and Mary.
As we see the two ladies back behind there conversing and the men at the boards getting ready to set up for this next leg. Now, with it being 20 rounds, was that 12 rounds of each player or each team?
No, that's 20 rounds total. So you yourself get 10 rounds before the board is rounded out.
So Randy here with the start does end up catching that triple, but he shakes his head. He knows that is not that's better than not closing them, but Todd still with an opportunity here right off the bat. And he looks in the mood. Oh, slides into that 7. And after a great start, ends up with only a 3 mark. So Trisha straight into the triple, straight into the 17 and the 18, a white horse for the struggling Trisha from the last leg. Great shot.
Yeah, that's the Trisha that we know and come to expect when she's on the feed. So picking her partner Randy up big time there. But Mary's going to try to do the same. And she does just that, putting in 2 triples of her own for a pile of 16s. Mary, the rock star. Randy, not going to let up on him, though.
Oh, a big shot by Randy. Trisha probably upset he didn't go ahead and close out the game. She's going to have to lower her average on the next turn.
Well, considering it was impossible for him to close the game. I mean, she always has the ability to walk up and just put in a ton 80.
That's very true. That's very true. Trisha with another good shot.
Yeah, looking around a bit before she threw that third one. I don't think she really had it in her heart what she was going to do before she chucked in that triple 20.
Mary does find 1 triple to retake that point lead. Should be fairly routine shot though for Randy. I like it, going for the points straight away. Takes that 15 and maybe a little icing on the cake with a bullseye, and there it is.
Yeah, I got to expect the 6.5 of Trisha coming back to finish this game up.
Todd looking to put in this hat trick. Ooh, slides out just on his last dart. So Trisha, with the big white horse in this leg, has the opportunity with 2 bullseyes to close this out, and she does with the power close of 3. So a great leg to bring this match to level. Randy's going to go up and set up the board.
Yeah, I would. I'd probably give Trisha a bit of flack there. You know, the privilege of winning the game is to set the board up. That's what you earn. You want to earn the right to set the board up. I'm not giving that to Randy. I'd tell Trisha, like, hey, do the thing.
Do the thing. So here we have Todd back at the board to start the 3rd leg of this semifinal of the winner's bracket in the $50,000 MDI.
Oh, and Todd only going to start with 2 20s. So putting a lot of pressure on his partner Mary come next turn. We'll see what Randy can do to punish.
Randy staring down that trip 20 the whole walk up there. And he's in there straight away. You see the nod from Trisha in the back.
All right, we're back. Sorry about that. Just a small internet glitch. But Randy and Trisha does take leg 3 for a 2-1 advantage.
So we're going to see Todd Drew start the second leg running here. We are in the fourth leg of this race to 4. Todd only starting with 2 last time, and Randy and Trisha really punishing.
Yeah, we expect triples out of Randy, and we expect big shots out of Trisha, but when she's putting in 2 a turn, that's going to make it hard for anyone to compete with.
Yeah, again, we're looking at those 2 scores together. We saw Don Stewart and his partner average a little over 9 between the 2 of them. And that's kind of been the standard that we've been watching for. But with Trisha almost at 6 and Randy at 6.
For a lot of it. I mean, I think he dipped down towards the end of a couple of legs. But early on in most legs, he's averaging 2 triples a turn as well. So, I mean, that's a full 3 marks per round for each player. So, per 2 rounds. And that's going to be pretty hard for anybody to overcome in this. So, if Trisha can keep up her triple hitting ways, they're gonna be the new favorites in this, I think.
Trisha with a single there, 3 singles there. Todd with a chance now to control that 20, and that's what he's gonna do. Takes a look at that 19 to shut him down.
So Todd showing up this time around. He 2 triple 20s, single 19. That's more like it. He wanted the 19, take it away from Randy. But yeah, we've seen Todd kind of falter in the last couple legs. Looks like he's back in form.
Randy back in that triple though.
And I don't like that. You saw Randy throw 4 19s, and he looked up at the screen to see what the score was. You got to know what you're going to do before you walk up there. That's why a lot of times you'll see players stay on a triple for score even after they hit 2 of them. And yeah, it's because they want to stay on that number. They just hit 2 triples, why leave? But more so, it's in your head. You walk up to the board just saying, all right, all 19s. Or, all right, I'm going to trip the 19s, then I'm going to look at the 20. You have to have a game plan before you go up there. And Trisha, that's a game plan. 7 19s to take a 63-point lead.
We saw her focused in there the whole time. Had the lead after the first 2 darts, but stuck in there. Exactly what you were just talking about. Todd, though, looking to still control those 20s. Needs a triple. Does not take the point lead. So we'll see Randy with his first legitimate shot at turning this leg around. Now, Randy and Trisha did win the last leg going second.
Yeah, with this being mugs away or loser starts, it can be a difficult format if you go too many legs down, because even if you lose or win a leg, you're going to have to win going second. So breaks of throws are a big deal once you get more than 1 leg ahead. So right now, if Trisha and Randy can win this leg, that's going to put Todd and Mary under a lot of pressure.
Trisha with the hot hand these last 2 legs, and it looks like it's going to continue into this one.
If it gets much hotter, she's going to be burning the darts.
She's going to have to learn that Mary blowing on your hands technique. She is playing very well right now. Todd, though, looking focused, going to try to mount this comeback starting on the 16s. Oh, and again, only comes away with 2. We see the wry smile from him as he walks to the board.
So Todd's struggling a little bit here. We'll see if Randy's going to punish. He's in his most comfortable spot so far in this leg.
And again, finds that 3rd dart, triple. Mary throwing her hands up.
So Mary getting the 15s there. Trisha going to come up and try to take them away. Not going to do it with the first two or the third. So just 2 single 15s there for Trisha. The first real slack turn we've seen in about 3 legs from Trisha. But Todd, way back, is going to have to put in a big shot here.
Really needed to fill that up. Looks like he's only going to come away with 3 singles.
Yeah, Randy, we keep saying it, no pressure. Trisha just continues to make it easy on him.
Making it easy on a good player is a recipe for disaster for the other team.
Yeah, a lot of times we talk about how just making your opponent comfortable can make all the world of difference, and that's exactly what Trisha's doing right now. And I know it's because Randy's also making Trisha comfortable. But when one's out throwing their opponent by a mark and a half around to 2 or 3 marks around, that's going to make it real easy. So Trisha walking up, and Mary, a good shot there, hat trick. But Trisha only needing 1 bull, first dart, no doubt. So that's a 3-1 lead for Randy and Trisha. Not sure why they're hugging. This is a race to 4, and I think Trisha's the only one that knows it.
I am confident that this match is not over.
Yep. Yeah, I think Trisha's the one that knows this is a race to 4. I think they're going to sort this out and realize that they have another game. So Randy's going to do the duties of setting the board up once again after Trisha wins the leg. She continues to drop the mic and walk away. But I think that was mostly because of confusion there.
Well, and again, we're seeing these players, they're not keeping track. We see some of the players go back and write down for each leg, and I think that's part of the confusion there. See Dennis Sandin go around the just on the outside of the feed there.
So Todd will step to the board, looking to get a better start than he's been getting in these legs. We've seen as low as 220s and as most as 5. And he's going to come away with 5 this time as well.
Yeah, I think Todd's struggling with a little confidence right now because the opponents have been playing so well.
Well, it starts to wear on you. I mean, at some point you have to realize that it doesn't matter what they do. You can only control your darts and hope that that's enough pressure that they'll crumble a little bit. Because if you let them putting pressure on you affect your darts, it's only going to become easier for them. But Mary trying to get this back on track after they won the first leg and dropped 3 straight.
Todd stepping up here. Again, we keep talking about trying to control that 20. Oh, and only comes away with 2. Let's see Mary squinting.
So Randy a 52-point advantage for Randy. Not sure where that dart was going. He may have been playing the progressive move ahead to the 18, or it was just a slack 20. But either way, he misses the first 2, drops down to the 19, and catches 57 points.
You see the reaction from his partner there when the triple 19 went in. A little ringing of the bell. Mary started off so well in this match and has fell off the last leg and a half, 2 legs.
Well, and that's a symptom of Trisha stepping it up. The first leg, we saw Trisha only averaging about a 2.5 through most of it. And Mary was putting in a good triple or more a turn. And since then, it's been the complete opposite, with Trisha putting in 1 or 2 triples a turn, even 3 on occasion. And now Mary's struggling a bit. So, first real Real bad turn for Trisha there. After averaging a 7-0, she only comes away with 1 mark. And Todd's going to get him and Mary back in this leg with a 7 mark on the 20s for 140 points to take a 51-point advantage, leaving Randy the only option of getting the points back on the 19. And he does just that with his first dart. Now looking to shut the 20 down. Misses into the 5. Drops back down to the 19 for another triple. A pile of 19. 6 of them for Randy.
Big shot for him, really turning the screw on this leg.
Mary trailing by 63 is going to look at the 20. Oh, and misses right then left. Throws her hands up in disgust. Needs this third dart to be good. Oh, and just 1 hole low into the 20. So just 20 points there for Mary Ferguson.
Trisha with the hot hand steps up here and can really take control of this leg. Oh, and she's going to go left and right as well. Oh, and a window. Very, very slack turn from Trisha. Todd Drew still has the chance here to control that 20. Put in another one. Oh, slides just low, so only comes away with 80. I don't think that was enough.
No. I certainly expect Randy to retake the lead and possibly close that 20 down on this turn.
And there we see it. Little icing on the cake with another trip 19. Great shot from Randy.
Yeah,
taking full advantage of that mistake by the other team.
Having no pressure in that shot, he made the best of it. And perfectly executed. I mean, triple for scores, single to close, and back to the points. So Mary going to try to open up the 18s. Not going to do it. You see the frustration, just one of them. So Trisha able to put the to drop the proverbial hammer right here. If she can hit 1 or 2 triples. Not going to do it, though. Still life for Todd.
Again, Todd counting his blessings here. He's going to have another chance to put in a real big score here. And he's well on his way. Good shot from Todd.
Just enough to take the lead. So it's at least going to make Randy waste 1 dart at the 19. And more importantly, it closes the 18. So it takes away that X as well. Now Randy must waste a dart on a single. And back to score, I'm sure. Yeah, 57 points there on the last dart. So retaking a 63-point lead, plus shutting that 18 down. Putting a lot of pressure on Mary.
Mary only averaging a 1 mark in this leg. Really needs to help her partner out and turn this thing around. Mary still very frustrated. Trisha though with the opportunity. I think we're going to see her go over the points. Yeah, and catches a triple. Big last dart from Trisha.
Only 1 dart that counted though, so not a great turn by any stretch for Trisha there. Todd going to look to get them back in it on the 17s. And that's back-to-back 7 marks for Todd there. Not giving up in this match at all.
Randy, though, the entire match playing very consistent darts. And just continues to rampage through this, what looks to be the 5th and final leg of this semifinal.
Yeah, both men being the 2 heavy hitters in this one, whereas before we'd seen the first leg, Mary seemed to be the one that made the difference, and those other three, it was the opposite, with Trisha being the difference. Here, the men putting in a lot of big shots. We'll see if Trisha can shut this 16 down and possibly put some bullseyes in there as well, or even a little extra points. Oh, wow. Gutsy shot there for Trisha. I thought after she missed that first dart on the 16 and went back to the 19 that she would stay there, making sure to take away a 3-dart crippling shot from Todd, but she went right back at that 16 and tripped it for the close. Great dart. So Todd, having no other options but to go bullseyes and try to take the lead, only hits 3 to close the number. Randy stepping to the board with a 21-point advantage, is going to look to shut this down.
Here comes the final dart to finish this match, and it's right in the dead center there. Great match from Randy and Trisha. Mary and Todd will be moving to the losers bracket. Where they will have a little bit of a wait to see who's going to come through for them to play. We are going to see if we can get another match set up, and we will be back as soon as we have some more players.
There's a match going on right now. It looks like it's only in the last leg or two.
All right, we're actually going to join the other board. There is a match going on. So this is Don Stewart and Kim Baxter versus Rob Talbot, and I'm not sure of his partner. This, I believe, is the other winner's bracket semifinal match. So, yeah, Kelly. This is Rob Talbot and Kelly. Kelly Papusa, it says on here, is a 2.618 average. And we see Don's partner, who we saw earlier, Kim Baxter, is a 2.502, so a slight advantage there for Kelly. Look, big 7 mark there from Kelly, actually. So here comes Kim trying to pick up her partner, Don Stewart.
Robert, the Stone Cold Killer from last year's finale with the 95 finish.
Oh, Icewater Veins, Rob Talbot. We saw him. He was one of the pre-qualified players and had the opportunity to win more, or as much, if not more, than anyone else. If he won the event, rather than get $10,000, he was able to get $15,000, and he looked down a 95. First dart, P-hole, dead center bullseye. Second dart, triple 15 to win the title for he and Dennis Sandin. But only 2 18s here now, so a big opportunity for Don Stewart. He relishes these opportunities. He loves hitting these big shots. But only 5 marks. He does take 2 numbers, though. So just a quick update on the men's stats. Don Stewart, your number 1 seeded player on the men's side with a 5.374. Rob, the number 8 player, with a 4.959. So both of these players, roughly a 5 mark per round, you should expect. So Kelly did a good job of shutting that 18 down the last time, forcing Kim to score on the 17. She does hit 2 of them, but still trailing. We'll see if Rob can atone for his 2 mark on the last shot.
See him back there preparing himself.
This is exactly what he did when he took out that 95. He took his time, and he was very, very focused when he stepped to the board.
He believes he's got a big enough point lead, so we're going to see him throw down at that 17. Oh, he's going to step back and think about it again.
Well, it's a big dart. I would protect the 20, but if he is capable of hitting that 17, he's going to take a triple away from Don. But goes back to the 20, hits a single. So a 107-point lead. That forces Don to have to hit 7 17s to get the point lead. Oh, and a weird awkward dart there on the third dart. You see Don try to pull some trickery, move the dart over. They're not buying it. He's not getting away with it. Step aside, let Kelly throw her shot.
Kelly, though, averaging 4 marks a turn in this leg.
Yeah, this match for the right to play Trisha and Randy, who we saw in the last one, play very well.
Big, solid darts from Kelly there. I think Don's sending her up there against that 20, if I had to guess.
You think? I don't know. I think Don wants an opportunity. Yeah, he told her, do you like 16s or 15s? Go at that one because I want you comfortable.
She puts in a great shot.
I mean, that's
more than doubles her average in one shot.
That's as much as you could ask for right there from Kim.
So Robert, really in a spot here, needs to pile on the pressure on those 20s.
Gotta
needs to
find
that
a triple,
and he's going down.
Wow, what a shot. But even though that's a huge third dart and it takes away Don's playground, he still has a 9 mark to do a lot of damage. He's going to have to do it on the 16s. Not going to happen. He's only going to throw 4, so still trailing. If I'm Rob, I may send Kelly after the 20s. Give me a clean look at that 16, and I'll do that. I don't want Kelly walking up here and only coming away with 2 marks on the 16s. But Kelly, not worried about it. She's going to stroke in 3 singles. A very clutch close there for Kelly.
Again, we see very solid darts from Kelly. Sometimes 3s are all you need.
Yeah, in that situation, and here Don did exactly what you were thinking that she would do last time. Forcing Rob to hit 3 bulls. And now, because she put a bullseye in there as well, Don's only needing 3 if Rob isn't able to do it.
This match is essentially tied.
Rob gets to go first, and you have to expect Rob to take this out, especially after hitting a double bull. 2 double bulls. Missed her clutch. Does this guy miss under pressure? Jeez Louise.
And it doesn't appear anyone is setting up anything.
Yeah, I don't know if we're awaiting a cork.
Oh, he just needed a drink of aiming juice.
Oh, no, he needed a little breathe. That was a celebratory drink is what that was. Like, did you see those 4 bulls down?
So again, we joined this in the middle. We have no idea what the actual score is. We do know that they were going first, and it wasn't the first leg, so they've at least lost one leg. So Don, the most we can say is it's 1-1.
It's true. And actually, we don't even know that because it could have just been the first leg and they corked.
So Don opening with a big 7 mark.
And that's what we've come to expect from Don. His 2 triples a turn. Rob, not so heavy on the power tripling, but the guy doesn't miss under pressure, and that's such a big asset to have. But 2 triples there, pulls back within 23. So we'll see what these women can do to keep their partners rolling.
Kim really stepping up the end of that last leg. And we see her continue rolling.
I'm mightily impressed with Kim right now. She's played very well. And Kelly as well has been very steady. I mean, hasn't missed left and right at all. She's stayed in the numbers. So Kim, after a 5 mark on the 20 for 100 points, is going to force Kelly to go 19s. And Kelly first started into that triple 19. But a couple unlucky darts there following that one.
So Don with a real opportunity here to turn the screw, and that's exactly what he's going to do. Takes another number and 20 more points. So Robert really needed to open a playground and hit it hard. He's going to be looking for 9 18s.
Well, he hit it halfway hard with a 5 mark.
Kim seeing if she can continue this great run of form. Averaging a 5 mark right now. Just outside on that 20.
Oh, that one got away from her. So only a 70-point advantage. 418s will take the lead for Kelly. Kelly Papusa. It's probably Papusa. Kelly not going to hit a triple. Only 118 on that round.
Just flirting with that 18. So here we see Don stepping up here to take another big hammer blow on this leg.
We actually see Don take his time on that third dart. The last 2 times before that, he kind of rushes the third dart right out of his hand, falling towards the board, and they're both a single. That time he took his time, and it was still just high into the 888, but I still like to see him take his time on that third dart.
Robert going to have to start this comeback quickly. You see the sarcastic celebration for the 3 marks there.
Kim going to step to the board, looking to shut down that 16. First dart dead nuts. Now looking at the bullseye first dart single. Oh, just outside on the third. I tell you what, I don't know that Don was expecting to or was wanting to draw Kim Baxter, but there is no way he can be disappointed in this draw at this moment.
No, absolutely not. Because she is giving him everything. You see him back there joking around. I think Don's very easy to play with, and I think that's you see that coming out in Kim's results.
Yeah, and I think if we're honest, Don being the #1 seed average-wise, most women probably wanted to pull him, and there you have it. You see him finish the bullseyes. It looks like now they're going to shake hands. So that does lead me to believe this match is over. So Don Stewart and Kim Baxter defeat Rob Talbot and Kelly Papusa to move on to play in the King Seat match, where they will face Randy Talachka and Trisha Romero.
Needless to say, when the pediatrician called and said that it was a solid bone tumor, it's hard to process.
I had osteosarcoma on my left distal femur.
It's really important to have foundations like Pediatric Cancer Foundation that are working on new trials, new medicines of hope for these kids.
You have a whole new perspective on life.
We set up our lemonade stand in the driveway and Jackson raised $2,800. Paying it forward is really important to us.
Excellent. So what are you going to do with the money? You got $10,000 each?
Money's going on a down payment on a house. So
Wow.
buy new shoes.
Shoes. That's awesome. A lot of shoes are $10,000. Janice, this is your second time winning.
Yes, it is. The first time came in really good money because I was laid off. So this time I'm not laid off, so I probably just spend my money a little bit better.
Excellent. Well, what are you going to do? What are you going to do with your money?
I'm gonna fix my hot tub that's broke. Have somebody fix it instead of me fixing it. And whenever we want something, get it out of the bank.
At this point, I'm going to let my wife sit down and help make a decision on that at this point.
So you guys get to split 20 grand?
20,000.
Woohoo! What are you going to do with that money?
Going shopping.
Paying bills.
Eric, yeah, you guys got your partners to answer
I got
to.
kids, she doesn't.
Congratulations. It's a really great honor that you guys are the first mixed doubles champions, and hopefully there's many more to come.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we're back for the King Seat match here in Kansas City, Missouri at the 2016 TOC. This is the mixed doubles invitational gold, where first place is $50,000. Second place is $5,000. So this match actually carries a lot of weight. Not only does it mean whoever wins it has to be triple dipped, but it also means that whoever wins this match is guaranteed $5,000. We see Randy Talachka and Trisha Romero versus Don Stewart and Kim Baxter. They have already corked up. Don seems to have won it, so they'll have the start in the first game. This is race to 5 all cricket.
Yeah, lose this match and it can all go wrong very quickly. It is triple elimination, but first place $50,000, second place $5,000, third place $200.
Yeah, this is quite important. And there we see Don Stewart kick off with a 1 mark on the 20. So
you'll be able to count on one hand how many times you'll see a 1 mark from Don Stewart's start, unless he only needs 1 bullseye to win.
Yeah, I think you'll probably be able to count on 1 finger how many times you'll see that in this match. So here comes his partner, Kim. We just saw her in a match earlier play very steady. But Trisha, Randy's partner, played very well. I mean, 2 triples a turn for most legs. She was playing absolutely outstanding. And both Don and Kim only coming away with 1 mark. So advantage Randy and Trisha early doors in this one.
Yeah, and Trisha wasting no time to start whacking triples. Don probably going to be under pressure for most of this match if Trisha and Randy continue to play as they have. We see him skip over the 18 and go straight at that 17. Do you think that's a play for his partner, because then she can stay on the bottom of the board, miss 19, miss 15?
That's very possible. We did see him earlier in a match with only the 15s and 16s left ask her which number she wanted to shoot at, and she opted for the 15s. So maybe it is a comfort level for his partner. I feel like Don's played a lot of blind draws. He's one that gets out quite a bit, and he knows exactly what it takes to make his partner comfortable. So he certainly probably did that. Like even there, I mean, with 18, 16s, and 15s to go, they had a quick discussion, and she's throwing at the 15s. It's all about her confidence. If you can get her throwing at the number she's most comfortable with, then she's more likely going to hit it.
Trisha just walking up there straight away, taking that 18 away, and then plugging in 2 15s. And Don, again, frustrated in this leg. But a lot of darts left.
Yeah, in a best of 9, first to 5, the first leg honestly doesn't mean much, because even if they lose this one, they get to go first in the next one. This is loser start throughout, all the way up until the deciding leg if needed.
We've talked about it a couple of times now. Until that team wins 2 in a row, there really isn't a whole lot of pressure as far as the start is concerned. Because as soon as you lose, you're going to start the next leg.
Yeah, it's only really a problem until you go 2 legs down. And then at that point, you're going to have to win a game going second. And Kim going to come away with 4 16s to give her and Dawn the point lead here. That at least forces Trisha to have to go for score if she is to have the lead and close it down. I don't know that she threw at that 18 with the 20 open, but actually maybe she did, because she went back at it with the third dart. A great shot there from Trisha with 4 18s and a triple 16 to shut her down. So she must really like the 18s there. Don going to put in a steady hat trick. 4 bulls. But not going to be enough, I don't think, because Randy steps to the board looking down 3 bulls to win the first game and open up with the early advantage.
Randy with a great look of concentration there. Slugs that last double bull to take this the first leg in the King Seat final.
Yeah, Randy just looks mean when he's throwing. I'd hate to be...
well, he's a large man to begin with,
yeah.
And then add that scowl in there.
Yeah, I'd hate to be staring down Randy while he's playing darts.
Don staying positive after a lackluster by his standard first leg. We see a little bit of a gallery back there starting to form. We'll see if Don can improve upon his 1 mark start.
Oh, I got a lot of money that says he does.
There he starts off with a big 5 mark. More of what we expect from Don. Randy still comfortable with his partner finishing that last leg with a 5.33. Which is a big, big average. And here we see Randy return the favor. Going second, starts with a 1 mark. And this other team's got to be licking their chops.
Yeah, and it also makes Kim more comfortable. So if she can settle down and start putting in some triples, that'll make it much easier on her and Dawn. But Trisha's been super steady today from what we've seen. She's coming up the board, looking at the 19s, going to get her and Randy back in this leg.
Yeah, steady shot with a nice fallout into the double. I don't think that was on purpose at all, but she would certainly take it. Best case scenario there was to take 2 darts to close that 19, and that is what ends up happening. Does trip the 20, so Randy gonna definitely improve upon this 1 mark average he's got in the second leg of this king seat final. Oh, and painting the wire of that 18, and again doubles his marks per round there, but still only going from 1 mark to 2 marks is not the increase that he was looking for.
On paper, this seems to be a very, very even match. We have Trisha Romero, who's a 3.353 cricket average, against Kim Baxter, who's a 2.5. So about a 0.8 advantage there for Trisha. But however, on the men's side, we've got Don Stewart, who's a 5.374, playing Randy, who's about a 4.669. So just about a 0.7 advantage there for Don. So 0.8 one way and a 0.7 the other way. This is going to be a pretty good match if those averages hold true.
Don definitely starting to catch his groove here in this the second leg. Randy struggling with an opportunity here to try to bring this match back. Ooh, only comes away with 5. So we've had a 1 mark, a 2 mark, and there a 5. And Trisha still continuing to plug away here.
Yeah, but Kim playing about equal to Randy right now. That's going to be tough for her to hold with Don. So we need Randy to pick it up if he and Trisha are going to compete with Don and his partner Kim. Although a blank there from Kim is going to open the door for Trisha to continue to carry her partner.
Just outside of that triple. Oh, and she tells herself, come on. Only comes away with 2. So here I think we're going to see Don close the 2 corners. And maybe even get to that bullseye. He does, and he does pull away with some points as well.
So Randy going to look to improve upon his 2.67. He's going to need a lot of bullseyes to do it.
Yeah, good start there. Does come away with 4 bullseyes, so he does get 25 points. But at this stage in the leg, you got to feel like it's about done and dusted.
So Kim looking to make this shot a lot easier on her partner Kim. Her partner Don is just gonna go for points. I like this strategy. Give Don 3 clear at those 3 bullseyes, and more often than not, he's gonna hit that shot. So force Trisha to have to hit a lot of bullseyes to get the point lead. 3, in fact. She's not gonna do it, missing the first 2 darts. She does catch a single with the 3rd. So Don Stewart stepping to the board, looking for 3 bulls. I think he's trying to pump his partner up. He's feeling it. They're playing for a lot of money, and he's ready to go. So quick, 3 bulls, bang, bang, bang. So 1-all in this match now.
So Randy going to be coming into this the 3rd leg with not a lot of confidence. Struggled big time out of that second leg.
Yeah, but I think a lot of players can bounce back leg to leg. That's not that big of a problem, I don't think. I see Randy coming out here putting in, at least 520s on this start. He knows he has Trisha following him, and that makes him very comfortable, I'm sure. Oh, unlucky there. 3 darts, all 1 hole out of that triple 20. Those weren't bad darts. They just didn't go in. So Don going to look to punish that shot.
Oh,
not going to do it.
I think even Don's confused.
Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't slide over or switch targets because the first dart looked to be blocking him. Same way here with Trisha. I think she blocked herself with the first one. Oh, but she had plenty enough room to put a triple in on that third one.
Yeah, that was a great dart. So here we see Kim step up. Going to try to help out her partner, Don. Staying straight, trying to get in those 3 singles. Oh, and finds a triple with that last dart.
Yeah, so staying exactly with him right there. Just trailing by 4 points. We'll see what Randy has in store.
Oh, and Randy with the mistake there on the last dart. Would have liked to have seen him stay on that 20 anyways.
Well, I think the strategy he was trying to do was take away Don Stewart's playgrounds because you don't want him putting in 9 marks for score. It's going to make him very hard to catch. But I would like to see Randy try to throw for triples.
Oh, and Trisha feeling the pressure there.
He's going to have her go 17s. I'm more sure that Kim's going to walk up there and throw 17s until she hits at least a single. And after that, I wouldn't be surprised if she either stays on it or switches to the 19. Oh, wow.
Does not have her thrown at the X, which is very surprising.
Yeah, if I'm Randy, I take that X away.
Yep, completely agree. Start on that 17 because you're going to be able to take that away and score points before your opponent does.
Yeah, the minute I hit a triple 17, I switch to the 19 even.
Randy playing a more standard game. Oh, and there we see him slide down. Perfect shot from Randy.
Big second dart. Did just that, taking away the X and the 19. So Don now, relegated to 18, is going to have to find a triple here. Not going to do it. Don looks a little off compared to what we're used to seeing Don do. A 3.33, as we said earlier, a solid 2 marks lower than his league average. And we're playing for $50,000, so I would expect Don to play even higher than that.
Yeah, I was watching his face during his partner's blank shot before, and you could see that he's really riding that roller coaster with her. Does find the triple though. That'll make Don smile. Turn around, finds another one. Oh, Don. Oh, I don't like that. Partner's got 2 triples in there. You let her throw whatever she wants.
Well, but I think they've been working very well as a team so far. Don's kind of walked her through what he wants her to do, and I think taking away one of those darts for him was more important than having her stay on that 15. I don't mind that, honestly, because I want her throwing at the X's. She can hit singles easier than she can hit triples, just like he can, but he can throw triples easier than her. So I want him throwing for triples and her throwing for singles if they need to be hit.
That was a great shot by Randy, though, coming back behind.
Yeah, and a big follow by Don, filling up the 16s for a pile and a half, a 3 in the bed. Trisha going to try to fire back on him.
Only ends up finding 2, so the point lead was not regained.
So we'll see if Don sends her after that X on the 18s or if he wants her to try to get more points on the 16s and leave Don an open shot. No, he's going to have her take away that X. I don't mind this.
Nope, completely agree.
Oh, wow. She's not going to do it.
Just outside.
He may have her switch the score now. And that's exactly what she does.
Finds the triple.
Big triple for Kim. You can see Don pumped up back there. He knows how big of a dart that was. Forcing Randy now to throw 4 20s before he can even take a sniff at that 16.
Oh, and he looks in the mood, though.
This is a big dart coming in.
Oh, and just outside on that 16.
That's a gamble. Up by 16 points. Don coming to the board. I think it could have been a worthy gamble had he hit the triple, but Don's going to punish. Great shot by Don. You see the crowd give the applause. That was a huge shot.
Trisha really needs to start hitting those bullseyes. Does get a fall out into the 16. Yeah, big aggressive shot there from Don.
I would send her after the 16s once again. Yep. Leave me those 3 bulls. I'll do that hard work. You do the easy work of giving me the point lead. But she's going to put some bullseyes in there. She's going to finish that leg, and you see her. Great shot by Kim. Averaging a 4-0 in that leg. So Don and Kim will take that leg to take a 2-1 advantage.
So here we're going to see Randy step up, and this is the first opportunity for Don and Kim to really take a stranglehold. If they win this leg, it is a long way back with this format, and loser starts.
Yeah, but Randy's not going to be pushed around. He's going to open up with a 7 mark on the 20s to take an 80-point lead, forcing Don to throw 3 triples if he's to get the lead. And he's just going to follow the 7 with the 7, so the advantage of going first does equal a 4-point lead for Randy and Trisha.
Oh, Trisha struggling now. Only able to come away with 1 mark. Kim, the star of the last leg, steps up here.
Yeah, she had back-to-back turns with big darts. We'll see if she can keep that rolling. I feel like her and Don may be feeling it now. Oh, but only 2 marks. It is the point lead, though.
So that's going to cost Randy a couple shots at the triple. I think with the way that Don's hitting his stride, I think keeping him at arm's length with some points is a much better strategy. And as I say that, Randy takes a shot down at that 19.
But a big last triple 20 there. Going to force Don to throw a triple. And he does with the first dart. Oh, wow. And it looked like he changed his mind on the 3rd dart there. I could have swore he was going back to the 19. Instead, switches up to the 20 and dead nuts it to take it away with only a 10-point advantage. But Trisha going to answer with a 3rd dart triple for a 5 mark on the 18s for a 36-point advantage. It's like we're watching a tennis match, not darts.
Yeah, this is pretty great. Glad to see everybody really contributing here in this King Seat match. That $50,000 is even pumping them up, or they're not even worried about it.
So once again, the player at the board takes the lead. Kim giving her and Don the advantage right back. We'll see if Randy can do the same. Pile of 18s for Randy there to take a pretty good stranglehold on this match, but Don Stewart coming to the board. Oh, and he's not going to get the lead, trailing by 1. Just as a quick update on the other match, Dennis Sandin and Sandra Erdman did win, so they're cruising along in the loser's side. And Trisha keeping it rolling.
Now with a 2-number lead. Kim back to Old Faithful there on the 15s. This has been her option when given it. does come away with 3 solid darts.
Now, playing in a blind draw, have you ever gotten a partner that told you kind of straight away, like, hey, my favorite number's this, and I struggle on this?
Oh, yeah, of course.
I wonder if early on those two had this conversation. And big shot there by Randy, taking away both corners to relegate Don to the bullseyes. But I wonder if Don and Kim had this conversation, and she let him know early on that I really feel most comfortable on the 15.
Yeah, we might want to pay attention here. Don looked like he was about to do something crazy. I saw him staring at that board, and it looked like he had it in his mind that he was going to take a whack. And honestly, it might have been the spot for it.
Well, yeah, I mean, the only way he's going to win this leg is if Trisha and Randy miss. And the best way to get them to miss is if you put pressure on them by taking away all of their numbers.
Right.
So
they didn't have that lifeline left.
Yes, exactly.
It was his thought.
And we see just that. I mean, Trisha missed the bull with the first 2, switched down to the 17 because she has that safety blanket. She knows it's there, keeping her warm. She switches down, puts 51 points on. But Kim's going to make up for that and put in 3 bulls.
And look, Don regretting his last shot.
Yeah, had he known that she would be able to put in 3 bulls, he may have just wanted to go bullseye. Or had he even hit the 3 triples, it would be a lot of pressure on Randy now. But Randy, not with the same kind of pressure, does put in the hat trick to tie this match up at 2 legs all. We've got a battle.
Two very good teams here doing battle. Again, everyone contributing.
So Don and Kim will get the start in this 5th leg. And you said it before that leg started. That was a very important leg for Randy and Trisha. They could not afford to go down 3-1 because that would mean they'd have to win a game going second.
Don still firing straight away with that 7 mark on the 20. Randy really finding his stride there at the end of that last leg again. Not be surprised to see him answer with a 7 here as well. And he does. So advantage back to the team going first. Kim's going to have a chance to add her 2 cents to this leg. Oh, and she almost gets a really good fall out there. Doesn't quite slide right enough.
But here comes Trisha. Gonna look to put in a good shot. Finds the triple with the last dart. 95 points to take a 51-point advantage. Pressure on Don Stewart now.
Don just whipping in the triples now.
When he gets going, being that fast-paced player like that, he can really pile in those triples.
Randy feeling good himself. Oh, with a big 9
shot.
mark. You see the celebration from Trisha as well. Ringing the bell.
Yeah, Randy throwing an 8-0 through 6 darts here in this leg. That was a big shot. You see Don with the big high five. He knows how big of a shot that was as well. But Kim going to look to pick him up.
Last start a little errant. So Trisha right here able to throw with that X. Does come away with the triple. Oh, and another one that the big white men can't jump follow through. Just left it hanging out there.
So pretty. So pretty.
Don not discouraged though. Gonna put in a 5 mark. Still playing well.
You know, this is why I love darts. The nuance of the game and the mentality. We saw Randy and Trish, after losing 2 in a row, they looked almost like gosh, how are we going to get to Don? Like, Kim's filling in the blanks. Don's playing so well. We need to do something. And then you see Randy come out, firing a big shot. Trish gets pumped up. She's following with 2 triples. And all of a sudden, it's advantage Randy and Trisha again.
Well, and that's what this extended format does for these players too, is you can actually get immersed in a leg, and feel really the weight of how that shifts. 2 out of 3, you get pressure, but it's a different pressure.
Well, yeah, it's even more so a pressure of I can't miss. I have to take every opportunity. Whereas in this, you can have a bad game or two, as we saw. Randy had a very poor game, and they're in prime position to take a 3-2 advantage in this.
We see the sarcastic smile from Don there.
Yeah, a bit of wincing on his face. He knows he needed a bigger shot than that if he had any chance of winning this leg. So Randy, we saw him finish that last leg with a hat trick. He's going to look to do the same.
Oh, and finds that double bull. A lot of last start double bulls on the feed the last 2 days. So now we find Randy and Trisha with only 2 legs left to win this King Seat final. Don will get the start again. Don and Kim will get the start again here in the 6th leg.
Yeah, it appears that Don may have had to run to use the restroom or something. So while we wait, I'm curious. Like we saw before they took this little break, Kim back there. And she almost looked like, all right, I need to come on. Like, I need to get this together. And I just wonder, like, how do they break out of the we're playing for the king seat and get back to let's have some fun. Let's do the high-fiving and bring it back to a fun game of darts rather than I'm playing for a chance at $50,000.
Yeah, we've definitely seen that switch in that team. We saw them on the feed previously, high-fiving, giggling, laughing, joking around. And now both standing in their respective spots on the other side from the other team. And I think that might be hurting them right now. So hopefully maybe Don gets a little lighter when he comes back and a little more light on his feet.
Well, and I wonder if it's Don's demeanor that is playing on to Kim, because we've seen Don have a lot of fun and jovial and joking around, but then I've also seen Don in singles matches where he looks mad and mean, and he's very aggressive and fast and like he's pacing, where that type of demeanor, if I'm playing with him, I'm looking at him and it's not the fun, like, here we go, rah, rah, rah. It's more like, okay, I need to be in that mindset as well. And I wonder if Kim's not comfortable playing in that mindset.
Yeah, I don't know if it's quite reached that kind of fever pitch, but again, we've seen them dancing around and having fun, and that just seems to have quieted it a little bit. I think this downtime
there, though.
Yeah, I think this downtime might be just what they needed. They've lost 2 on the spin. And again, they're in the same spot that Randy and that they were in before. Whereas if now Randy and Trisha end up winning this leg, it's going to be a long, long way back for Don and Kim.
Now I'm going to go ahead and stir the pot. Do you think Don felt like he needed a break? Is it possible that mid-match, after losing 2 in a row, he's decided we need a quick breather? I'm going to run to the restroom.
Honestly, I don't know. I don't think that's Don's game, to be completely honest.
No, that's a hard stretch or interjection, but I am curious if that would help in that moment.
Well, certainly. I mean, if you're weighing it, if you do have to pee and you're weighing your options, it's definitely not a bad one.
No,
I think it's all positive.
It's much easier to say I'm going to run to the restroom after losing 2 straight than it is after winning 2 straight.
Absolutely.
So here comes Kim. Oh, wow. She did not throw at that, but they'll take it all day long. Honestly, I think those are the best triples. I love playing in a blind draw or a parity draw when I get a partner who floats a triple, because the other team normally looks at that and they lose their minds.
Yeah, the shoulders drop. It's such a good thing for the team that it happens for, and it's such a bad thing for the team that it happens to.
So Don and Kim coming out firing this time. We see 3 players averaging a 5-0. Randy, however, the low man, only with a 2 mark on his first turn, going to look to step that up.
He's going to need a triple if he wants to increase it. And he does. He does find the triple into this third dart. So they need a break from Kim's rampage.
We know Kim likes the bottom right side of the board. I'm curious if she's going to try to shut this 17 down or just go points. She does just go points. I like this move. Keep your partner with the advantage, and you're going to have a much better shot.
And it is a must-win leg for them. I know that sounds silly, but again, with this format, it is possible for Randy and Trisha pretty much to get the start the rest of the legs if Don and Kim are to win this.
So Don, first dart in that triple 17, second dart triple 15, third dart rushed out of his hand like it was on fire, falls low into the single 7.
Yeah,
but
that
still
last
damage
dart,
done.
Yeah, that last dart though. I mean, we've seen Don do that on probably 5 or 6 occasions now, where he's rolling, and then that third dart just drops low.
Well, it's curious because I actually consider Don to be a very good diddler as well, and he does that on his diddle every single time. If you ever watch Don diddle, I played against him just Friday night.
I haven't watched Don diddle.
Oh well, you should probably watch Don diddle. But yeah, every single time he diddles, he does the exact same thing. He throws corks as if it's his third dart, with that falling forward motion. So I don't know if he's most comfortable with that motion or what, but I don't think it helps him, in all honesty. We've seen him numerous times throughout this match go trip, trip, miss.
Trisha now really needing to step up for her team.
The pressure's mounting. Oh, and a good triple there. That's at least going to take 1 dart out of Don's hand, trailing by 31 points. He's going to look at the 16 first. No, he's going to go 20. I thought he was looking downward on the board there. It looked kind of like he was looking at that 16 to take it away.
And there, the third dart, the fall forward was not nearly as pronounced, and it goes in. So Randy now with it all to do, really does not come away with anything but two bullseyes. And Kim, the star of the third leg, is stepping up here, needing to close those bullseyes. But no harm, no foul if she doesn't. Intelligently goes up, grabs some more points, and then a beautiful double bullseye.
Yeah. She said, "Here you go, Don. Let me make it even easier on you." So to take a 4-3 advantage, Don's going to step back to the board, but he's going to need some points first as Trisha goes double bull, double bull.
Trisha making Don throw 2 darts here.
Yeah, still going to most likely take it out. Does just that. Just takes 2 darts instead of 1. So Don and Kim, tie it up at 3-all. So with the 3-3 tie, Randy and Trisha will have the start here in the 7th game to pull within 1 leg of victory.
Both teams in their must-win legs won.
True.
And I think that speaks to why both of these teams are in the king seat match right now. When they've needed those big darts, they have hit them.
From what I've seen today, it's very hard to argue that these aren't the 2 best teams in this room. I mean, from the solid play of Randy, although inconsistent, and the great darts at times from Trisha, and then we know Don Stewart's a monster, and Kim filling in the blanks so beautifully. These 2 are great teams. We even talked about the numbers. I mean, less than, 0.1 separates the 2 combined?
Yeah, again, on paper, this is exactly what was supposed to happen. These 2 teams battling it out.
And here again, we see both males open up with a 7 mark, and the women following with triples. Oh, big shot there from Trish.
Great shot from Trisha. Takes that 19 away, and then smacks that triple 20 for 60 more big points.
Gave Don a bit of a wink, too. I like it.
She did.
Oh, but Kim, not going to be left out of the triple show. She's going to put in a 7 mark as well. So looking across these averages, we have 7-0, 7-0, 7-0, 6-0. And Trisha threw a 7 mark as well. She was just throwing it a closed number. So 4 7 marks consecutively to start this match.
Oh, and again, we see Randy playing very aggressive on that second dart.
So Randy, the first to flinch.
I don't think Don is. Oh, and as I say that...
That is a flinch from Don. Honestly, a 4 mark is a flinch from Don. He wanted much more than that. He's very disappointed that he didn't steal that 20 away. And Trisha's going to keep it rolling. Big 4 mark! White horse for the lady!
Hopefully another blow of a kiss to Don Stewart after that one. Oh, look
just
at
a
her.
shoulder shrug. Like, oh, what are you going to do, Don?
That's all I got. Oh, great camaraderie back behind there. Having some fun with it. And again, the winner of this match is guaranteed $5,000. The loser is only guaranteed $200.
Yes. And winning this match guarantees that you have to be beat 3 times in the finals. Like, that's a lot of leeway to enter the finals. And Randy, keeping the bus moving forward, is going to throw a 7 mark, taking away both corners, adding 16 points, pretty much locking this leg up to go 4-3 ahead.
Again,
I got a feeling we're getting 9 legs.
Just trying to keep up with Trisha at this point. Trisha, again, probably upset. Randy's got to ruin her 7.5 here she's got going. The double bull, and there it is.
Oh, not by a lot.
Down.
A 6-0 for Trisha Romero there.
Great leg from this team. And again, we've talked about must-win legs. Well, this is an absolute must-win leg.
Yeah. If Don and Kim can pull this one out, they will be going first. And then we're going to have a 9th leg decider where we'll cork to see who goes first. And that one, this is turning out to be quite the suspense.
It really is. And again, on paper, this is exactly what was supposed to happen. There's not a lot in between the numbers between these two teams. We haven't seen that play out probably as much as we thought in other matches, but this is giving us everything that we thought we were going to get.
So once again, the player going first opens up with a 7 mark. We've seen the second player follow it with a 7 on the 19 so many times. Can Randy keep that movement going, or even better?
Randy really needs to follow up with a 7 mark as well. And let Trisha take the wheel.
So that's been the standard open for most legs. Here comes Kim. She started throwing a lot of triples in that last leg. We'll see what she does here. And she opens with a triple on her first. A single 20 on her second. Looking down at that 19. Ooh, feeling it.
Little bit of confidence behind those darts from Kim there.
Part of me believes she should have just stayed on the 20 because that single doesn't necessarily help Don. He's probably going to throw a triple 19 if he throws at it. So it may be a wasted single, whereas if she'd have stayed on that 20, he'd have the point lead right now. But the single does come into play.
Oh, I don't like that shot from Don.
No, you're giving Randy an advantage by him only being now 9 points down. If you would have put in a triple 20, I feel like you'd be in a better position.
Yeah, because Randy completely capable of opening another number and pointing.
Not going to do it, though. So it'll be interesting to see how Don and Kim attack this shot. Being that Randy and Trisha have an X on the 18, I know Kim hasn't been one for throwing at the 18s too much in this match.
Yeah, here she's going to catch that trip 20 again. I think we might see her slide over, and she does.
But again, puts a slash on a number that Don's most likely going to have to throw at. She either has to go all points or go for a new number. She can't go for numbers that the other team's most likely going to close.
Another big last from Trisha to salvage something out of those 18s before they get closed. And we see Don farting church.
Don kind of letting up. I mean, he doesn't seem to have that same aggressive, quick pace mentality that you saw in the last leg.
Yeah, here we see Randy stepping up and really needs to make up some of these shots for his partner. Trisha's playing so well right now. And here we see a big 7 mark from him.
And you saw Trisha with the same reaction that she had when Randy put in that big 9 mark. And I wonder if that's going to get her firing even more so.
Kim, though, very steady on hitting a triple a turn, and she comes up with another one.
So both Kim and Don averaging a 4.33. You got to think if Don was playing normal Don Stewart darts, that this match would not be as close, or this leg would not be as close as it is.
Yeah, Don definitely feeling the pressure, at least the pace of this doubles match.
And there's Don Stewart that we know, putting in a $140. Had no other thoughts of throwing it anything but that 20. Take advantage of that point advantage, or of the point differential on the two numbers.
Yeah, essentially a 9-point difference for every triple. Randy gonna need to fill it up.
Follows it with another 7 mark on the 17s. The problem is Don threw a 7 mark on the 20s, and his was worth 21 more points. So Kim, she's been steady on the 20 so far.
Yep, she's managed to find a big triple every time. And there we see her do it yet again. Oh, I thought 2 were going in that time. Kim has definitely got some good confidence coming behind. Trisha, lackluster so far in this leg, but only to the standard that she sets. And there we see a big 6 mark from her.
Yeah, a pile of 17s to retake the lead. Don's going to have to go 20s.
Oh, and Don. You're exactly right. Don has lost something.
Yeah, I don't know where it went away or what, but I mean,
even the action almost looks lazy.
I don't know if the way that these two played in the last leg, speaking of Trisha and Randy, that it took something out of him, but he certainly seems to be stalling right now.
Well, and his partner's giving him everything he needs.
Yes, it's not a matter of, I mean, none of these players are playing poorly, especially Kim.
No, Kim, yeah. For Kim on paper versus the way Kim has really stepped up in both times that we've seen her on this feed.
And there she is again, right back in with a 4 mark on the 20s to retake the advantage. And I think Don's kicking himself. He knows that she's given him way more than enough to win this leg.
Trisha just staying in there and pounding. But again, we were talking about that jovial attitude, and that's definitely gone away. Not that you can stay so happy when the other team's putting in 6 and 7 marks, but I think Don needs to keep that in his game, not only for Kim, because obviously Kim is staying in there, but for Don himself.
It's true. Randy, slow and methodical. Going to try to keep pounding those triples.
Randy's going to play at his pace. And we
He's
might see
that
him
20.
Go up there and take that away.
Big shot from Big Randy Talachka.
Again, the other team starting to feel it. Feel this leg slipping away. Remember, Kim and Don did start this leg, and Kim gonna have to find that accuracy she had on the 20 on a new number. Try to open that up. Oh, and she's gonna fall just short.
I feel like that dart taking away the 20 from Randy was a very big dart, because Kim most likely would have put in another triple on that 20. And Trisha going to keep it going. Oh, almost takes both corners, but she does manage to get the 16. So Don's not going to be able to take the point lead and every number.
He's definitely going to err on the side of points at this point in the leg. And again, two lackluster darts by Don standard for sure.
A third dart triple does give him the lead.
Randy stepping up here. Assuming going to start on the 17s. First kind of mistake from Randy.
Ooh, this is interesting. Up 37 points. I think you have to stay on it. Don't give Don the opportunity to close both of your numbers and get the point lead. But Randy, not fazed by pressure, is going to take away... Oh, I'm sorry. Kim's following Randy. So I absolutely would have taken that shot. Not because I don't think that Kim's capable, but I don't think that Kim is going to do it. So great shot there by Randy.
Kim's still staying very steady.
Yeah, I mean, if she can keep this up, Don has no doubt that they can come back and face this team again if they do happen to lose this leg. And Trisha not going to quit. She just keeps firing and in. So a hat trick there from Trisha Romero to take the leg and this match 5 legs to 3. Your winners of the king seat, forcing Don and Kim to the losers bracket, is Randy and Trisha. All right, we're going to join board 2. We have Jason Barlow and his partner. You'll have to excuse me. I don't know her name right off the top of my head. Against Catherine Haycock and Jim Nolte. So here we see Jason Barlow at the board. So there we see Jay's partner is Missy Lauren. And Catherine's going to come in with a 17-17. So 4 17s that round for Catherine.
So this is for loser takes 11th, 12th in the final chance bracket. See Jay getting ready to maybe snap his partner in the behind with a towel, depending on her play.
So just to hit on some averages here, we have Jason Barlow, who comes in with a 4.978 against the 4.598 of Jim Nolte. And on the women's side, we have Catherine Haycock with a 2.574 against the 2.566 of Missy Loren. So very even on the women's side, and the men's side a slight advantage to Jay.
Yeah, big shot from Jay there. Jay, a very animated player. Remember, this is the only leg of cricket that these two teams will be playing. This is a one-leg playoff.
Yeah, this is in the last chance bracket.
So these teams are playing for their life. The winner of this will play Rick and Meredith. Rick being the other half to Catherine. So we may see... No?
No. That would be a different Rick Smith, actually.
Oh, okay.
So this Rick Smith is the one that we seen finish runner-up in last year's finale with Eric Blackledge, losing in the final to Dennis Sandin and Rob Talbot, who we've seen today. So Jim going to come firing on the 16s, 2 triples, a pile of them, but trailing by a mile. I don't know that it's going to matter much. Jay is one that he likes to score. He knows that the longer the game goes, the more likely the better team is to win. And I don't like seeing Jay throw at doubles. I'm pretty sure he's going to get reprimanded by me later. So
Catherine with a big 7 mark there.
And now the scoring on the 19s doesn't look so crazy out of Jay, because just like that, Catherine and Jim are right back in this, and pressure on Missy. She needs 2 16s to shut it down. She gets 1 with the second dart.
You see the
and
look
1
on
with the
Jay's
third.
face.
Jay knew how much pressure was on that shot.
Jay, if no one knew any better, Jay could have been accused of something.
Jim's
right
still an
there.
opportunity here because 6-15s does get the point lead, and he'll have an opportunity to take away that 19. Oh, and he gets the look at it, but only a single. So 2-point advantage for Jim, but Jay has the 15s the 19s to score on.
Jay averaging almost 6 marks a turn this match, and he does not even take a look at that 15. Just fills it up for a 7 mark on that 19.
So joining us in studio now is a gentleman we just saw play, Mr. Don Stewart. Don, say hello.
What's up?
So we got to talk about your match just to hit on it. You didn't look like yourself in that last leg. What happened there?
That's enough said right there.
Okay.
You just weren't yourself? All right.
No, I don't know.
Great interview.
They actually played really good.
Oh, and Missy with a big shot. Trip 19, trip 15, bullseye to give her partner Jay a huge advantage in this leg. But, it was nothing in particular. They just weren't going in?
No, I think I took a shot in game 6 that I missed that. I hit the trip 17 and I missed the trip 20, and that changed a lot, and that's getting the momentum back, I think.
Yeah, it was certainly a match of momentum because whoever won a leg would seem to win 2, and then it would switch right back.
It was good.
So you see Jay finish it up there with 2 bullseyes. So they're still alive. They did eliminate Catherine and Jim Nolte.
A little Canadian on Canadian violence there.
Totally.
Jay taking out Catherine.
Is this a losers? Or
yeah, this is a last chance match. So Catherine and Jim are now officially out, and Jay and Missy will move on. But no. So you still only have 1 loss. You only got to win 1 more match to get back to playing Trisha and Randy. How do you feel? I guess about the rest of the day.
Oh, I'm flowing good, and you know what? And my partner, she's the best in the room right now, so I don't really care.
We were.
That's awesome, man. To hear you say that's absolutely awesome. Because I said on the thing that I don't know coming in you were familiar enough with Kim to want Kim as a partner, to even know who Kim was.
No, I never knew her, but we actually chemistry is real good, and I probably can't say on live feed what I tell her to make her feel comfortable. I'm gonna tell you what, like, she's smiling. That's all I care about.
Right. Well, and it looks like she's very receptive to all the input that you're giving her.
I've stopped her a few times, and she's not hated it.
Exactly. And sometimes you get those partners that just don't tell you what to
I know what I'm doing.
Yeah, exactly.
And I've stopped her because, you know what, it doesn't make sense sometimes about the game or what they think, but it does make sense in the shot.
Yes. Sometimes it is more important to have your partner just close down that X and take a dart away from you.
Oh, yeah.
Like, give me an extra dart for score where I can hit a triple, and you take that single away does mean more than you going after score sometimes.
Oh, for sure. It's a good ride right now.
Now, tell us, is the money at all on your mind?
No, I don't even care.
That doesn't play anything?
If I'd have lost 2 games, or we'd have lost all 3 games to start this tournament, I'm still going to have fun. I'm here, and I'm alive, and it doesn't matter. I don't really care. Like, everybody wants to win.
Right.
But once you learn how to just have fun, winning's going to come with the territory.
Okay. So you're telling me as you get down to it, you're obviously going to have a match where it's going to come down to either you lose that and you get $200, or you win it and potentially get back into that $50,000 or $5,000 match.
Well, not yet. So slow your roll.
Okay. All right.
You know what I'm saying?
One match at a time. No, that's what I'm trying to get out of you. That's what I'm trying to get out of you.
You need to talk to Trish and right now, because it's going to be their problem in a minute. She shot some big darts though for old boy, and at the end there, like, she saved him a couple times, and then he actually saved the game too, like in a couple of aspects of it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Trish put in some big darts. Sometimes over 6 marks a turn there.
And a lot of times it was a big shot from Randy that spurred Trisha on. Like, he hit the 1 big 9 mark where he went triple and then took away the 20 with the triple, and you see her in the background like boom, and then she follows with 2 triples, and then from there they just had that chemistry for a little bit. And
yeah, that's okay. Well, I'm gonna invent a drink called Trish and you go ahead and finish if you want. But I'm gonna do a couple shots of them before we shoot again. You know what I'm saying?
No, we saw you two going back and forth a little bit.
Oh, no,
but it all looked fun.
You know what? I've never met her before, like
Really?
in person. Yeah, that's the first time. And then I think she loves me more than she loves Blackledge, and that's not funny.
All right, so what we've got going on here is this will be the final of the losers bracket. I think to come see you.
No,
Don.
that's not possible.
No way.
Is it?
No?
No,
I'm in the.
Yeah. Don's much farther ahead. So if this is the finals of the losers bracket, the loser of this will move.
Is this losers or no?
Wait, this can't be the finals of the losers bracket.
No.
Because Don's still in the losers bracket.
Well,
so Don would have to be in the finals of the
Yeah,
losers
so I
bracket.
wouldn't be talking to you
Right.
right now after throwing two bullseyes around.
This may be the opportunity to go to the finals of the losers bracket to face Don. So you may
Yeah.
not have too long of a wait here, Don.
No, you know what? I don't want to wait
Yeah,
long.
that's exactly what I just said.
No, you said this was the final of the losers bracket.
That's what you said.
So
This
the
is your
next
own
round
fault.
would be the finals of the losers bracket.
Hey, Dad, calm down.
So you'll be facing the winner of this. Do you have a preference? Do you care?
I don't even care who I'm playing. I just want to throw my darts.
Okay.
And then I don't have to worry about it after that, right?
That's the absolute right attitude. So.
Yep. You throw your darts. Everything else should fall in place.
I think I played both of these teams.
Really, you've already played both of them?
I think.
So you've beat both of them, yeah.
You definitely beat Carolyn and Maloney. Yep.
Did I play? Is that Doyle? Who's
No,
that?
it's Dennis and Sandra Erdman.
Did I play them?
Well, Don, we don't know more than you know who you play.
I don't even know who I've played.
Well, I mean, that sounds like a you problem, Don.
No, I'm not normal. And nobody.
No, I don't believe you played them.
No, you did not play them.
He looks familiar. He's got long hair.
So Dennis,
Joe Dirt.
Dennis
What's
and Sandra. Dennis and Sandra
Does he got a nickname? Does he have a nickname?
No, this is.
Oh, he doesn't have
I
a
don't
nickname.
know that he has a nickname. This is Dennis Sandin. This is last year's
Dennis
finale.
Joe
when
Dirt Sanderson. What did you say?
This is the only two-time champion on the men's side of the TOC.
No, hang on a second. He smirked. He's new. I was just talking about him right there. Can they hear me out there like that?
It's possible, actually.
But yeah, they lost third round of the winners bracket to
You know,
Randy and
I
Trish-
watched
Randy and
Maloney
Trisha.
all weekend, and from what he was doing earlier, like in months prior and stuff, like he's moving a lot less. I think
Yes.
he's actually getting out of his own head.
Yeah, we talked about it. He seems to be throwing the dart before he takes a step.
Yeah,
and that's very important.
Yeah, and I played him online not too long ago. He beat me though in a singles tournament on G3 tournaments and stuff, like just PayPal stuff, and you can see him move a lot more on camera.
Okay.
Yeah, he actually played really good, but
So even from that, you're saying he's moving less.
less, yes.
Yeah.
He actually sent me a picture and a video or something like, look, I didn't even move on a third dart, but like I thought you stumbled the first two. Like, but he's moving. It seems like he's moving a lot less. He still can't get it all the way gone, but he's a lot less. Like usually he goes past the line.
Mm-hmm.
Now he's back behind the line again every time.
Yeah, he actually said that he just went to Wisconsin last weekend or the weekend before, and the entire weekend he wasn't moving at all. And then he comes up
Well,
here.
no,
and
he asked me. I told him. I said, I got something for you. You know, I can help you out, right? And he's like, oh yeah, what are you gonna do? I said, it's done did. And now he's like this. So you know what? I'm gonna take the credit for this. You're welcome, Maloney.
Well, Maloney Nation thanks you.
Yeah.
I'm sure we'll see him updating his Facebook per dart here shortly, as we did see him do last year.
Yeah. Well, you know what? This guy charges his phone more than most during the weekend.
All right, it looks like we're about to get into the diddle. I'm sure that you want to go warm up
Me?
and get ready for the winner of this,
I'm
or do
already
you want to
ready.
hang out? Oh, you're already
I'm
ready.
already ready. I'll see one triple and I'm out here.
All right, one triple when you're out. Oh, looks like a double bull from Dennis there.
He licks his lips. He looks ready to go.
Yeah, Mike will draw attention each
I think
time
you have a tie.
to when somebody double bulls.
He didn't move one time on both of those darts.
Yeah, it was.
It didn't even step, idiot. Nothing. And he go checks it out. To make sure that he knew he was tied on the first because he was hoping he won the first one.
Well, without Mike stepping up there, I mean, Mike's probably got a little younger, a little better eyes than Dennis. So.
Well, you know, Joe Dirt's ready to go. Let's see what happens.
We'll see if it works out.
But
studying this shot again.
Well, the one good thing is he has a bed there that you can lay it on.
See, you can win this one more than this is the one you could win more than most here.
Yeah. Just land on top of these 3 darts, and there's a good chance. And he may have done it.
No, he lost by 1 hole.
You sure?
He's counting. He's done. No, redo. Redo. Mike Mooney looks upset about it.
Well, I think the upset might come from the fact that he touched the darts.
He counted, yeah.
He touched the darts. I don't know that's a little taboo, honestly.
Well, we had to get Jim in here. Did he turn the bowl a little bit, try to get a little more opening?
I don't think he did anything like that, but I think he was looking to see if they were tied. Wow, and Maloney hacks the third.
He let the tie get to him.
What a cork. So Dennis and Sandra and Will. Or Sandra
now look at him
and
whispering to him. I think he kissed him on the neck right there.
So this is going to be 2 out of 3.
So is
for
it
the right to
cricket
play
5 cricket?
What's that?
Is it cricket 5 cricket?
Cricket 5, I believe. It is cricket
501.
Then
cricket.
the tiebreaker is cricket. You're right. I'm sorry.
Cricket 5 cricket. So the first game really don't matter.
Well, because loser starts. I mean, you still want to win.
Yeah, you don't want to have to play a third leg.
Well, you're going to play a third game with this floor mat most of the time.
Most of the time, whoever goes first in 5-1 will win that leg. It's true.
But you'd rather have the pressure of already having that first leg, or the freebie of already having that first leg.
No, you get the leg up. You want that leg up always.
Exactly.
Oh, and here we go.
Just
Mike.
in case you do get an opportunity to steal that 501 with a big out or something like that.
But when it gets in the middle of the game, you're like, okay, it's 501. I started.
Yep.
No big deal. And I think you tend to see with this format that in the middle of the games, you tend to see a guy that know they can't win the game kind of slow down because they know they start a 501 game.
So here we have Carolyn stepping up, only coming away with a couple of marks as well. So already in a big hole here. Dennis Sandin with the opportunity to really lock this thing up early in this leg, and he does with a big 7 mark.
I've watched him a couple times. He's playing well.
Yeah. Dennis can definitely put it together. Again, 2-time champion of the finale. Can't be too hateful. So Mike again with too high, and it almost looked like he threw fat just to close the damn thing. If if I could read Mike's mind a little bit.
Sandra coming out firing, closing that 17 and the 15. Back at the 16 or back here.
That's who I played with in the mixed doubles, was Sandra. And we first time I played with her, we didn't. I don't know what happened.
Just didn't click.
No, maybe not.
Sometimes team chemistry is a big part of it. I mean, maybe she just doesn't like you.
Well, no, that's another point. We're trying to figure that one out at this time.
Definitely a possibility. So Dennis here with a great opportunity to just sew this thing up. The way he's been playing, you wouldn't be surprised if he did it.
No, averaging a 6-0 in this leg. He's playing pretty well.
Well, he just hurt his average. Like,
it's true.
Throw a triple, throw a 6-2, and then just go on and let your partner throw the bullseye. Not everybody plays lead. Not everybody plays lead like Don Stewart.
Is that how you got the highest average?
No, not at all.
You never threw at bullseyes?
Yeah. There might be a hashtag.
And I like Ricky Henderson over here in the third person. Well, Ricky Henderson has to hit bullseyes. Ricky Henderson hits bullseyes.
So we do see Dennis and
so they start the one game.
Leg.
Yep.
Yeah, Mike and Carolyn will have to start in the.
So now you guys could put the game out of his mind, and hopefully he did it halfway through that one and just throw a fat bullseye. It's not a big deal.
Yeah, I mean the bull being the biggest target on the board, it certainly should be easy. But trailing a leg and knowing he has to win it does apply some pressure.
You can't do that.
But it does. I mean, it's still there.
We'll see what happens.
It's still there. You see Dennis in the background, not even watching, just listening for the sounds.
Yeah, Dennis definitely having the hot hand in this match so far. Just outside. Probably going to finish it up with a low ton.
I didn't get away too far.
Depending on how Carolyn plays, I think she may be the difference.
Ooh, just outside on the first dart. Way off on the second. And right back outside on the
It seemed like she just
third.
kept throwing the same stroke. All 3 darts there.
Yeah, Sandra here with an opportunity to really hurt Mike and Carolyn.
Yeah, she can.
She puts in 2 bullseyes after that Aaron 11, and there's one of them, and there's 2 of them.
A good fix, huh?
Yeah, so now Dennis does have the opportunity because Mike and Carolyn can't go out in 6. That they possibly could go out in 6. If Dennis can hit a big shot, Carolyn will get a look at it.
I think we need 150 right here.
Oh yeah, have to have 150. Not gonna
Unlucky
get it though.
there.
So,
That was unlucky.
So Dennis and Sandra have stolen the darts. I mean, trailing by only 11 points, they're going first.
Yep, they're essentially starting this leg, and they've got their powerhouse Dennis Sandin stepping up to start it off.
Oh, and he doesn't leave an out.
That's the 3rd time this game they throw one away.
Bit of a reprieve there on the 3rd dart for Mike and Carolyn.
Carolyn's gonna need to leave an out. I don't see Dennis missing if Sandra comes up and sets him up.
Oh,
not gonna happen.
Oh.
So Sandra now, no
So,
real
I
pressure.
mean, if Sandra throws in 80 points is over, I think.
Yeah, if she gets it down to a single bowl finish for Dennis,
Yeah.
he's gonna finish this up.
Well, and there's one dagger. I still
So,
like
okay,
that
108. How do you shoot this? Do you go bull 8 bull or do you go for the
Bull,
2
bull
triples? You go bull 8?
Well, you can sing aloud. It don't really matter.
See, I don't like that though.
You don't like that?
No,
Well,
because if you miss the 3rd, you're forcing your partner to then throw at 108 again.
But you're done. I'm done, Stuart.
Oh, okay. My bad. Yeah. Silly me, forgetting who I'm talking to.
Yeah.
Well, if you can hit a bull, you can hit an 8. I mean, it's not.
But it's more about if you miss, because you do miss.
Well, yeah, but they got 38. You're not going to see the board again usually.
Most likely.
Dennis.
So
Yeah, he's frustrated now.
So we'll see what he does.
A huge reprieve.
So Carolyn looking down 38. She's most likely going to take this out.
Yeah. Hopefully she gets the first one on the board to give herself some.
Yeah, it's all about don't throw this one too low. Oh, just a bank shot.
Well, it was a double 7 that counted. Welcome to soft tip, everybody.
Yeah, the board doesn't lie, guys. The board doesn't lie.
So we're gonna
Mike's
have a
like, thank
quarter-
God we're not playing a steel tip tournament.
All right, so we're going to play another leg of cricket.
Oh, and right back into the double ball.
Look at
You see Maloney's face.
Well, you know,
he's one that I've talked to.
You know what he
that
talked to me?
says, like,
He's like,
everybody throws
everybody
a double
bulls
bull
him.
against him.
And Dennis Sandin has made
Made
that
him not a
very
liar.
true. Made that very true.
Oh, and Mike does hit a bullseye, but it's not good enough.
Dennis made him not a liar.
So Dennis and Sandra will start the 3rd game of cricket.
We need a like Mahoney Nation # double bull. Like it has to be.
Double bull cork.
Yeah.
All right.
CD. Cork double.
It's all about that cork muscle, man. You gotta have the cork muscle.
You got to have a good cork muscle. So here we're going to see these guys try to play from behind. Mike Maloney and Carolyn Nessman going to try to come from behind here on Dennis.
It's just one game, so it's the last game, right? So we'll just see how it goes.
Yeah.
I mean,
It's all about putting in 2 triples or
you
more
still got to
turn.
cover. Like
2 or more triples a turn. That's what it's about. Oh, and Dennis can open up with 7 20s.
And again, well, and we saw this multiple times in your match where you would open with 7 and Randy would follow you with the 7 on the 19, and you're basically all back to square one.
yeah, but when he did that, I was trying to blow the wind, and then
Blow the wind?
Yeah, and then actually, I think one of them caught his dart and made him hit a triple. So it was my fault.
Oh,
yeah. That had nothing to do with it. I mean, he shot good darts too. It was awesome.
Don Stewart makes other people hit triples. Too.
Yeah.
I'm picking it up.
I bring out the best, everybody.
I'm picking it up.
So Sandra does get those 19s out of the way. Carolyn now going to need to open a new number. Not going to do it. So
I think she tried too hard there.
yeah, Mike and Carolyn in a world of hurt here. Dennis with an opportunity to put this one pretty far out of reach if he can put in just 2 triples. He's not going to do it, though.
No.
Doesn't even close the 18, so...
You know, with this, where's where Mike comes alive right here like this. Like, this is kind of like...
Well, his back's against the wall. He has no other choice. It's either hit it or lose.
Mike is a very emotional player. You can see after every dart what he thought about the previous dart.
Well, I think Nation does it the same way. I think they have the same kind of like feeling. Like
yeah.
Mahoney Nation, they do. I think that Mahoney Nation, they need to graduate a little bit. Like seriously, there's a Stewart Nation out there right now. Like
that needs people.
Yeah. We're looking for interns right now.
Hashtag recruiting.
Yeah.
So there is job openings if you're interested in Stewart Nation, guys.
Maya might be the first in line.
Yeah.
Maya.
You might get a converter.
Jeremiah, like, he feels so bad for me about the rematch. He's want to get the first application.
So here comes Dennis, looking to put this one out of reach.
If it's not already.
Yeah.
160 plays 18.
Just so solid there, force them to hit triples.
Yep. Mike, though, up for the task. Does come away with 2 triples.
And he asked himself after he throws that, where's that earlier?
Yep. So Carolyn really going to have to step up here too. Hasn't been the difference in the match that we kind of thought she might be. Sandra, however, has really done herself proud, and commentators curse as I'm bragging her up there. She throws 2 into the 7.
When we look at these 2 women's averages, Sandra's only 0.2 behind of Carolyn's 3.1, with Sandra being a 2.9. So these 2 women are very evenly matched. But
that's a big last trip.
Sandra's has way the favorite in this leg here. So Dennis looking to shut down that 16, does it with the first dart, and the 15 on the next, and a bullseye to pretty much wrap this one up.
Yeah, and you saw Maloney's arm go up.
Yeah, he's looking for that double bull against him all day.
Yeah, that's that might be the end of Maloney on this one, because I think Sandra's going to come up here and hit these bullseyes pretty routinely.
To the last chance
bracket. I'll probably go out there and tell him that you just got double diddled again. I mean,
well, yeah, and the corks do matter that much.
But if you look at it, is that boy only shooting a 4.7?
Yeah, Dennis.
Mike can look back at this and go, he's only shooting a 4.7. I probably could have.
Oh, certainly.
Carolyn trying to put in the shot here. Oh. Had a shot at the double bull there to at least make Dennis throw 2 darts. Probably going to finish this up straight away, and there it is.
So Dennis Sandin and Sandra Erdman, your champions in this match against Mike Maloney and Carolyn Nessman. So you'll be facing Dennis and Sandra. We're going to be back here watching. Good luck.
Welcome back. Here we see who was just joining us in the booth, Don Stewart and his partner Kim, getting ready to play Dennis Sandin and Sandra Erdman. Looks like both just went out of the frame here, but we will try to get them started as soon as possible. So, obviously, not lacking any confidence, Don Stewart.
Never. Even after averaging like a 4.2 or something in that last leg that lost, I mean, if we're honest, that lost him the match because his partner played well.
Yeah, we never really got to that.
I tried initially. I that's why I opened with how did you feel about that in that match? And I mean, more or less, he shook it off with the confidence that we expect from Don Stewart. Like it's one loss, and he knows that he ain't out of it. So
yep, yeah, that's a nice thing to have in your back pocket, and he's not out of it even if they were to lose this one. So honestly, I don't think that confidence is ever going to take a shot, especially in a triple elimination format like we're playing today. But we saw some really, really good darts from Dennis Sandin in that last one that is going to be able to compete with Don and his averages.
Yeah, I don't know if Don was able to take anything away from sitting here and watching that match, but if he was, I think he has to take away that although he doesn't know Dennis, because clearly he didn't know Dennis or pretended not to know Dennis, he had to at least come away from that knowing that he's got to play to his potential. But Don does win the cork. And this is the same format that we saw in the last match. It'll be cricket, 501 cricket.
And Mike Maloney will be glad to know that Dennis did not hit a double ball.
Did not even hit a single ball
in that cork. So yes, you were running through the format. We are playing cricket, 501 cricket, best 2 out of 3. Well, Don will get us started here in this first leg.
So Don, only 420s to start, even after hitting a triple with the first start.
Dennis continuing his good run of form, starting straight away with those 2 trip 19s, and already we see this team under pressure.
Yeah, Dennis only coming in with a 4.621 cricket average. Seems to play much better than that when the chips are actually down in a big match. I mean, to be 2-time TOC finale champion, you certainly have to believe that he hits in big spots.
And Sandra here with an opportunity to extend this lead a bit, and she comes up with a window here in a very important spot. Don going to be able to or get the opportunity to make up for that 4-mark start by hammering away on that 20. Trying to keep Dennis and his team at arm's length for sure. Dennis does end up finding a triple. Kim, again, the one that I consider to be the wild card in here. We've seen very good darts out of Sandra. And honestly, we've seen very good darts out of Kim. We're just, no disrespect, but I'm waiting for the shoe to drop.
Yeah, it's up and down for both of these players, honestly. I mean, we saw a 1 mark from Kim in her first shot and a blank from Sandra in her first shot. So both of these players capable of throwing 2 or 3 triples on a turn, and both of these players capable of missing all 3 clearly. So it really comes down to who's going to do what in this match.
Sandra doing a little work there, getting the score at least back to almost even terms, down 11 points. But again, we got Don stepping up here to really try to take control of this leg. And a lame 3 mark, in not the right 3 mark, in my opinion, across the board.
That's a risky shot with not a lot of payoff, even if he hits it. So Dennis now a big opportunity to fill up the 19, possibly even take the 20, but he's not going to do any of that. He's only going to follow with a 1 mark.
So we see Don get away with that very, very risky shot. And Kim here, I think, going to close down that 19, and does straight away.
Going to try to add some points to that.
And we've seen her score very well on that 20, and there she finds the triple.
Yeah, the 20 seems to be... The 20 and the 15 and the 17 have all been pretty good to Kim.
So Sandra still playing far below what we've seen her her play at. And again, only comes away with a single mark. Will Don finally wake up? And the answer is not really.
Yeah.
Good enough, certainly, at this stage in this leg.
Yeah, Dennis not playing to his potential either makes it a little easier for Don to skate by on 4 marks. But there you see Dennis show up with a big 7 mark on the 17, so at least pull back in the match, but still not really.
No, I would still consider this a commanding lead from Don and Kim.
Yeah, going first with a 40-point lead and 2 numbers. Oh, wow, and Kim's going to put it even farther. Wow, Kim with a 9 mark, a white horse, and you see her reaction.
I'm speechless.
Yeah, I mean, Kim's pumped. That was a great shot by her.
Great shot by Kim. I think Kim surprised herself on that shot.
I would agree with that.
Don, of course, happy to ride coattails. Not a problem. He would take credit for her throwing that 9 mark.
Yeah, we saw that when he was in here. He said that he blew a couple of Randy's triples in for him.
Yep.
So I'm certain that he did something to make Kim hit that 9 mark.
So Kim now with the honor of actually shutting this leg down. She's not going to do it here. Puff of the cheeks. She's just going to try to score again on the 16s. Sandra with an opportunity to at least make this look a little bit better as far as score is concerned. She does hit the hat trick. Pulls 75 points back. Don finishes up the leg with 3 straight bowls. So again, we're going to see a leg of 501 here. Dennis and Sandra playing fairly well the last time. And Dennis straight away into that double bullseye. Got some style points there, but unfortunately doesn't translate to anything.
Listening to Don while he was in here basically give the 501 up. Like, as to whoever starts it automatically wins it. It doesn't really matter. I'm curious, like, I don't know. Does he really feel that way, or does he just say that? Because there's no way that he's entering that game thinking that he doesn't have a shot at winning. And if he is, then
well, yeah, he's not entering the leg with that idea. I think everything else that he said leads you to believe the opposite. So Dennis Sandin here with an opportunity to set this up for a really straight ahead just get on with the day and let's play another leg of cricket, leg of 0-1.
Yeah, Dennis and Sandra playing very well in this leg. I gotta think that they're like an 0-1 at this point. And there you see Don throw those 3 darts away. And I think that's a prime example of what I was saying. He, even though his opponents are on 81, he didn't feel like he had a shot at winning this and just didn't care in that shot.
Oh.
I mean, it's very likely that Dennis is going to take this out, but you never give up in a match or in a leg. I don't know why he would do that.
And especially since Kim has surprised us at pretty much any turn.
Yeah, she didn't have a very good turn on her first shot, but that's no indictment on her ability. She's played very well today.
Ooh, Dennis thought that was going in. Does end up closing out the leg though. So again, we will see a final leg of cricket playoff and another cork here from Don and Dennis. Don with the single bull. Mike Maloney will be watching intently to see if this double bull goes in. Ooh, but he does get inside of him, I believe.
Not a double bull, but good enough. So with a 1-all tie, we will go into this third leg, which is cricket. I think Dennis rubbing it in a little bit. Like, hey, Mr. Don, you
want to come watch, see me pull these?
Yeah, you want to check out my my corking muscle?
All right, so we'll see Dennis and Sandra get the start. So who do you favor in the third leg? Does it just go because of the start to Dennis and Sandra?
Yeah. In a match like this, I always favor whoever goes first. So, I mean, that cork is so important. It's not to say that Don and Kim can't win going second, but I gotta believe that. And that's interesting. So Dennis set the board up entirely, but didn't want to actually do the starting of the board, but rather had his partner do it. I wonder if that's a bit of superstition.
That's just weird.
Ooh, and a big last there from Dennis. That could have been a catastrophe. Instead, he does manage to save it.
Don starting off in that triple straight away. Ooh, and only comes up with a 4 mark. You see, Don knows the weight of that shot and knows that 4 isn't good enough. Sandra is just going to turn this leg straight their way right off the bat. Kim has no toy to play with. We may see her go down to the 17. Again, more comfortable in the lower right-hand corner of the board. Don's not going to mind, especially if she's going to continue to hit a big triple a turn in cricket. She is playing so well today.
Well, and as we see through the first shot for everybody, Kim having the highest average with a 5 mark.
Dennis finally finds that triple 20. He's going to stay there and finds another one. Great shot by Dennis. Not even trying to take the hero shot at that 17. Putting it all in Don's lap to try to tee off on that 17. And only comes away with 2. And again, we see just it looks like a lazy action from Don. Like he lost the cork and this leg is already over because they didn't start. Now Sandra's convincing him with a white horse there.
Wow, Sandra stepping up big time, and you see Don's face back there. Nothing he can do about it. And I'm being told by Angelo DeGuligu that most likely Dennis had Sandra set the board up because there is the shot clock. And that does make sense. If you were to push start and then come back and they're like, hey, shoot well, you could potentially run out of time. So I understand that.
No, that makes sense, but not really. We've got 30 seconds to throw a dart. How long are your high fives?
You never know.
You do never know. You never know.
I think I would play it safe as Dennis did.
Sandra Erdman stepping up here with a 6.5 marks per turn average to try to close out this leg and send Don and Kim. She's not going to do it in this turn. Kim really needing to step up here on a number that she hasn't, but she did close out the bullseyes with 2 darts at one point in the stream today. But gonna need to do a little bit more than that, and doesn't come away with any.
So Dennis stepping on the board, needing 3 bulls to win this match, and send Don and Kim with back-to-back losses down to the last chance bracket. Dennis gets the first 2, but misses the third. So probably not going to matter much, but Don's going to get another shot.
Yeah, Don's going to have the opportunity to load that bolt up. Does come away with 4, ends up getting 50 points. Reels the score back a little bit. I think it would take at least another 3 misses, and it's just not going to happen. Sandra straight in that double bullseye. And Don and Kim relegated to the 2-loss bracket.
And most importantly for Dennis and Sandra, they preserved that 1 loss. So if they're gonna make it back and have a shot at that $50,000, they or even the $5,000 that comes with second place, they're gonna have to be beaten twice to be denied a chance at $50,000.
See if we've got some updates in the.
Well, we're jumping over to the board 1, where we see Eric Gregory throwing at the board, needing 3 bulls for the win in this leg. Oh, but misses the third after finding 2. However, a pretty commanding lead. So Jay Barlow stepping up. Does have an X on the bullseyes. Can get the lead with 4 bulls here. Starts with a double. Then a single. Then another double. Great shot.
Double bull. Great shot from Jay. We're going to see Rachel for the first time on the feed today.
Yeah, Rachel stepping up with only a 1.67 average. It's very possible that she doesn't hit a big shot, and she only comes away with 2 marks. So just a 6-point lead now.
Missy reeling for a bullseye. Oh, and finds the double. She's going to stay there.
But she falls out into the 15. That's a big dart now. So Eric's going to need a triple on the 18 before he gets a look at 1 bullseye.
Now, this is still a pretty standard shot, but...
And that makes it a lot easier. First dart triple. Now 2 darts for 1 bullseye. And Eric just gets it on the 3rd dart. Looks like they're shaking hands. So that was a 1-leg playoff in the last chance bracket. Jason Barlow and Missy Loren are eliminated. Rachel and Eric will move on, where they will play Mary Ferguson and Todd Drew. Being that's both matches that we're going right now, we are going to wait for other players. We will be right back.
Needless to say, when the pediatrician called and said that it was a solid bone tumor, it's hard to process.
I had osteosarcoma on my left distal femur.
It's really important to have foundations like Pediatric Cancer Foundation that are working on new trials, new medicines of hope for these kids.
You have a whole new perspective on life.
We set up our lemonade stand in the driveway, and Jackson raised $2,800. Paying it forward is really important to us.
Excellent. So what are you going to do with the money? You got $10,000 each?
Money's going on a down payment on a house. So
Wow.
buying new shoes.
Shoes. That's awesome. A lot of shoes are $10,000. Dennis, this is your second time winning.
Yes, it is. The first time came in really good money because I was laid off. So this time I'm not laid off, so I probably spend my money a little bit better.
Excellent. Well, what are you going to do? What are you going to do with your money?
I'm gonna fix my hot tub that's broke. Have somebody fix it instead of me fixing it. And whenever we want something, get it out of the bank.
At this point, I'm going to let my wife sit down and help make a decision on that at this point.
So you guys get to split 20 grand?
$20,000.
Woohoo! What are you going to do with that money?
Going shopping.
Paying bills. Eric, yeah, you guys got your partners to answer to.
Kids, she doesn't.
Congratulations. It's a really great honor that you guys are the first mixed doubles champions, and hopefully there's many more to come.
Thank you. Thank you.
Needless to say, when the pediatrician called and said that it was a solid bone tumor, it's hard to process.
I had osteosarcoma on my left distal femur.
It's really important to have foundations like Pediatric Cancer Foundation that are working on new trials, new medicines of hope for these kids.
You have a whole new perspective on life.
We set up our lemonade stand in the driveway, and Jackson raised $2,800. Paying it forward is really important to us.
My name is Dennis Sandin. I'm from Baldwin, Illinois. Two-time champion of TOC. How to get the TOC is playing remote leads, your leagues, and whatever your vendor wants you to do. Also for new players coming in, get yourself in there. It's a lot of work to get in TOC, but also a lot of work will pay off. The payoff is big. Remote leads is the next new thing coming up for everybody. Remote leads is fun. You get to play people from all over the world, and you don't have to leave your bar. Every remote lead that you get into, you get paid out for that, but the very end of it is the TOC, which is like a bonus for you. The bonus is extra money, is fun, is awesome. You get to meet a lot of people, and you get to shoot with different people there. And you know what? You win something, you guys become best friends, which you never knew each other. That's what I love about it so much. And when you go to TOC, you can end up with great players. When you guys gel together, you win together. It don't take one person to win, it takes two. I was a good player. I wasn't the greatest player. And TOC is a fun place to be. I hope I see you there, and you know what? You could be my partner.
All right, we're joining board number 1, where we see the players warming up. It looks like we're gonna have Todd Drew and Mary Ferguson versus Eric Gregory. And his partner. I already forgot
Melissa,
who he's playing with. I don't believe it was Melissa.
I just made it up.
Yep, making up names.
Rachel.
Rachel.
Little friendly banter here at the beginning of the match. Eric did come back and visit us for a second there. complaining that he's been on one of the featured boards all day, and we haven't been able to talk about his beard yet.
I don't know that was the gist of what he said.
Oh, was that not what he was? Is that not what he was talking about?
No, I'm pretty sure he said that he's only played one good match on the stream, and we haven't shown it, but we've shown the bad ones.
Oh, then I again didn't listen to what he was saying when he was back here.
Yeah, you just kept staring at that delicious looking beard. There's like barbecue sauce and chip crumbs in there. No, we kid. Eric's a super nice guy. We like Eric a lot. But looks like they have flipped and they might be corking right now. So if I'm correct, Todd will be showing one. He does show one, a high single bullseye. So it's an awkward spot. We'll see what Eric has for him.
Point out again that
that's a tie. We have a tie.
And now both covering that center bull. Oh, but somehow he musters it back in there to get one inside the first two.
If I were Todd, I think I'd drop down to a knee on this one because you ain't putting it on top.
Yeah, go far left.
No, that's exactly what he's doing. I'm kidding, obviously. That's exactly the perfect dart he needed to throw there. A very small margin for error, and he does just what he needed to.
So here we see Todd setting up the match here, and we are down to our last 5 matches in the $50,000 MDI this morning.
So this is the loser takes 6th match. The winner of this will face Carolyn Nessman and Michael Maloney. And then, actually, the whole bracket's pretty well set up right now because the winner of that matchup will play Don and Kim, and then the winner of that will face Dennis and Sandra. The winner of that will be playing the king seat holders in why did I forget who won the king seat? Trisha and Randy. So yeah, we know exactly where everyone is. The bracket's completely laid out. Only 6 teams remain. And this is the 2 of them. They're playing 1 game of cricket, and both men open up with a 4 mark. So the advantage of going first for Todd and Mary leaves them with a 1-point advantage. Oh, Mary just outside the triple 20 on that 3rd dart, only coming away with 40 points. So Rachel now. When we joined their last match, she was only averaging like a 1.67. So we'll see what she can do here. Flyer single 16 and a single 19.
And these all will be 1-leg matches running up until we get back to Dennis and Sandra. So a lot on the line. Again, everyone except for that final is getting $200 per team in this event.
Yeah, Randy and Trisha, the only ones guaranteed more than that. So while it's a very big payout at the top, it's not so good everywhere else. But last place gets the same amount as 3rd place.
So we've seen Mary play well at times, and we've seen her play lackluster at times. So which Mary will show up this time?
Well, to be fair, we've seen everybody play well and bad, and it really comes down to which players are going to show up and win.
Rachel DeWald here trying to do some work on that 17. Comes away with 3 singles.
Yeah, taking a 3-point lead. So forcing Todd to get some points back.
Todd doing a good job of controlling that 20. A big fat 17 to shut it down.
That was about as best as Todd could do there. That was borderline a perfect shot. I mean, 120 points scored plus shutting down the 17.
They did skip over the 18th. So we see Eric going back up there, frustrated with how that second dart flighted. And again, only comes away with a 2 mark.
So Mary, no pressure. Going to look to close down that 18, take away the X so Rachel doesn't get the opportunity to throw at it.
And again, comes away with only a 2 mark. Mary very disappointed in that shot. And Rachel going to want to do work now on the 18s to try to draw her team back in here. And starts off with a big triple. Only finishes with 4, so still a 63-point deficit. Todd staying hot on those 20s. Probably going to try to take another number, and he does with a big shot. Great 7 mark. Again, what can only be considered another perfect turn because all he could do was get a single 18 anyways.
Yeah, he honestly hasn't missed a dart in the last 6, so that's very good darts there from Todd Drew.
Eric does come back with a 6 mark. Draw some of those points back. But again, when your opponent's averaging a 6.25, even though Mary here has struggled a bit, it is still a tall order. Oh, and finds a big dart. Basically the dagger. Rachel gonna need to do a lot of work on that bullseye. Does shut it down, but you gotta feel like Todd's gonna go ahead and finish this up with a hat trick of his own.
We see Mike Maloney there waiting in the wing, ready for his match against the winner of this one.
Waiting to play against whatever double bull Todd decides to throw at him.
And there you have it. Todd and Mary win the game and the match. So they will move on to face Mike Maloney and Carolyn Nessman in another 1 game of cricket shootout. And we're going to jump over to board 2 where we have a match that I'm not real sure what event this is, but oh, it looks like it may be over actually. They're shaking hands, so that's all we have over there. But on the board 1, we will most likely have the remainder of all of the MDI matches. So while they warm up, we're gonna take a quick break. All right, we join this match right now. They just corked. It is Mike Maloney and Carolyn Nessman versus Todd Drew and Mary Ferguson.
Mike can't complain there. That was not a double ball.
No, but he did lose the cork. So it's a, once again, cork loss for Mike. And this format is race to one, so that's pretty important. That one leg, earning the right to go first is of the utmost importance. We'll see what Todd can do.
Todd only starting with a 5 mark. I think this could turn on its head very quickly. We saw Mike play earlier. Oh, and again, does end up finding 2 triples.
Just enough for the lead.
Now these players are going to start feeling that pressure of the $50,000. I don't know if it's going to start here. But soon we will start to see these players realize where they are and what exactly they're playing for.
I think if it were me, that wouldn't factor into my play until at the very earliest, loser takes third, because that's for a right to go play for it. That might be the first time it crosses my mind. Up until that point, I'm just playing darts. I know we had Don Stewart in here, and he said that never crosses his mind. It's just for fun. There's no way. It's just not possible that you have no give that you're playing for 50 grand. At the very earliest, or at the very latest, I would say when you're playing that loser takes third match, because you know if you win that one, you get the chance to go play for $50,000.
So there we saw Todd Drew take a page out of Nate Borland's book.
And it's going to cost him. Mike Maloney with a big 9 mark there.
Yeah, ringing the bell afterwards too. You hear some of that emotion out of Mike. Mary Ferguson gonna need a triple here to rescue this turn. Oh, and she finds it.
So we'll see what Nessie has stepping to the board. Looking at those 19s, trying to increase that point lead.
Good shot there.
Solid darts. 3 singles, solid darts.
Now Todd definitely gonna have to fill it up unless he goes triple, triple, double. Does find 2 of them. So Mike coming back to the board. Gonna need another good shot out of him to continue this very good leg.
He was averaging a 7.5 coming in that shot and still puts in a 5 mark to keep a 6.67 average. That's hefty by anyone's standards.
81 point lead. Oh, Mary just on the outside of that 17. Carolyn with a solid 3.5 marks per turn average.
And she's going to go at the 17 this time. Wow, only needing 2 singles and misses the first 2. Switching back to the 19s for 19 points.
Now a much better shot for Todd than the last time he stepped up. Here he can do some serious damage if he gets a look at that 19. He's going to. Oh, and it sails just left on him.
Yeah, a little gitchy there on the 3rd dart after putting in 2 beautiful 17s to take the point lead. A decision now for Mike. He takes a 2-point advantage, but looks a little blocked. Could go at the 17. He slides left. I'm assuming he's going for the 19 and finds the triple. Well done there.
Yeah, good shot selection from Mike, I think. Carolyn definitely on that last shot not playing up to her standard. And Mary still struggling a little bit in this leg as well. Probably playing it for his partner. Let's see if Carolyn can put it together. She finds that 17. Probably going to load up that 19 afterwards. And that's what she does. 2 singles to give them 38 more points. Mike and Carolyn now leading by 80.
So the advantage of going first not playing a big role in this match so far, as Mike steps to the board with a 16-point advantage.
Try to load up that 19 before he flies over and finds that triple 16. Big shot from Mike. We just keep working our way down that cricket board. Mary and Todd, if they're going to make a move, got to make it fast.
Yeah, they're losing points every time they work toward a smaller number.
They've done well to close the next number, so Mike and Carolyn don't have more than that 19 to score on.
Well, and Mike's played so well, he's really only given Todd one opportunity to take away that 19, and Todd did miss it. But other than that, Todd with a 5.8 average hasn't had many opportunities, but he comes to the board with one now. All he needs is a triple 15 to take the lead, and he'll get a look at that 19.
Oh, Carolyn, you see the sigh of relief out of Carolyn over Todd's shoulder. Does not even end up getting the point lead. So Mike now
close at 15, go back to the 19 all day long. It's exactly what he does. If I'm Todd, I send Mary after that 19. Close that 19, make Carolyn hit 3. If she doesn't, I'll hit it.
You get a shot for 5 bulls to win the match.
Best case scenario, she closes that 19 and maybe gives you 1 or 2 bulls, but more importantly than anything, give me that 19. I want one opportunity for 5 bulls for the win. Oh, and a big third dart from Mary. So that's the equivalent of 3 single 19s there. Nothing hurt. She did exactly what Todd wanted her to do stepping up there. All the pressure on Carolyn now to hit 3 bulls to deny Todd the opportunity to win this game.
Oh, she smooth strokes him in there.
Wow, big finish by Carolyn under a lot of pressure. Keeps their hopes of winning $50,000 alive. Unfortunately for Todd and Mary, they are eliminated. They'll finish in 5th place. And Mike and Carolyn will move on to face Don Stewart and Kim.
My name is Dennis Sandin. I'm from Baldwin, Illinois. Two-time champion of TOC. How to get the TOC is playing remote leads, your leads, and whatever your vendor wants you to do. Also for new players coming in, to get yourself in there. It's a lot of work to get in TOC, but also a lot of work will pay off. The payoff is big. Remote leads is the next new thing coming up for everybody. Remote leads is fun. You get to play people from all over the world, and you don't have to leave your bar. Every remote lead that you get into, you get paid out for that, but the very end of it is the TOC, which is like a bonus for you. The bonus is extra money, is fun, is awesome. You get to meet a lot of people.
And here we are for the loser takes fourth match in the gold mixed doubles invitational here in Kansas City, Missouri at the 2016 TOC. We've already corked. This is one game of cricket. Both of these teams do have 2 losses in a triple elimination tournament. Mike Maloney and Carolyn Nessman have won the cork. Mike throwing first with a 7 mark to open.
Don stepping up here. Gonna try to answer on those 19s. And he's gonna do exactly that with a big 9 mark. See the nod of approval from his partner Kim back there.
Yeah, filling it up with a 1.5. Oh, but Nessie not going to be phased. She's going to take the 18. I think Don thinks that was a flyer. But Nessie's liking the 18s, 4 of them, to take a number and some score.
Now Kim, these last 3 matches we've seen her play has played very solid. For a 2.5 mark a turn player, she's been right around 4 pretty much every time.
And there you have it, another 4 mark from Kim Baxter. So a 92 point deficit for Mike Maloney. He's going to step to the board, looking down that 20. Needs 5 of them to get the point lead back.
Definitely short armed that second one and very gitchy on the third.
So opportunity awaits Don here.
Yeah, and these are the kind of shots that Don relishes.
And he takes advantage. The closing both numbers, and you see the big high five from his partner Kim there in the background. They both know how big of a shot that was.
Nessie finally showing some form here in this leg, or in this event. Last couple of times she's been not what we came to expect from Carolyn. Kim with another opportunity to really stick in there, and she hits another triple to really put in some good score here, and finds another one for another 4 mark.
I think it's pretty safe to say she's probably thrown more 4 marks than anybody in the room today. She seems to put in a lot of 1 triple 4 mark turns. She has that 1 stray dart, but for the most part she's right there. And Mike, a 7 mark on the 17s.
Yeah, good shot out of Mike there to put some transfer some pressure back over to Don. And he's just going to eat that up, but does miss the 17.
Don playing a little bit of a gamble game. Goes for the 17 there on the third, and 1 hole outs it. So Carolyn, if she can stay hot, can regain the lead for her and Mike.
She does just that. So Kim stepping up. If ever she needed that big triple 19, it's right here. Wants to stay hot.
And again, this is 1 game. Winner of this moves on, still has an opportunity to win $50,000. The loser gets a handshake and $200. So a lot of importance here.
Kim is able to stick in there with 3 singles. Mike with another opportunity here to try to take a stranglehold on this leg. Oh, and he takes a shot over at that 19 and ends up picking it. You see the relief on Carolyn.
I feel like Nessie put that dart in there. Did you see her like crouch down a little bit in the back when he just missed the 19? And that phased Don a little bit. He only comes away with 4 16s. So Carolyn stepping to the board with the lead now. I think this is the first time she's actually went up to the board while having the point lead.
Yeah, and she does play a pretty standard game of cricket. We see her going straight for points. I really like that shot. Yeah. Trying to give Mike the clear shot at the close.
Yeah, it's all about setting your partner up. She knows that Mike's going to hit more triples than her more often. Therefore, she'll go points and allow Mike to try to take away that 16. But Kim's not going to make it easy on him.
She's taking away that point lead. Here we see Don stepping in.
I think he wants her to take a shot at it. He wants her to take this gamble. I can't say that I argue with it. I mean, up by 15 points, if she can hit this, that's going to put a ton of pressure on Mike.
She put a good dart on it.
Just high. That was an excellent attempt at that, but She does only come away with a single, so Mike's going to need a lot of 17s here to make Dawn feel pressure. Or do just that. Wow, what a 9 mark by Mike at the most critical of moments.
Big shot out of Mike there to shut down the board and move everyone to the bullseyes.
I really wish this match was longer than 1 game because this game did not disappoint. So Carolyn, we've seen her finish with a hat trick in their last match. Can she do it this time around?
I don't even know if she's going to shoot for it.
I think she takes 1 after. No, she doesn't. You're right.
Carolyn has played a very conservative game pretty much all day.
Yeah, and you can't argue with it. I did think, being that she finished that last one with a hat trick, she may take 1 at it, and she ever missed, she would go right back to the points. But no, she opts to just put in as many points as she can and hope that Mike can finish the game.
And we see the first just bit of struggle out of Kim. Ends up finding that bullseye, pulls back 25 points.
That does add pressure because now only 20-point advantage. If Mike were to go single bull, miss, Dawn has a single, triple for the win. So I think Mike did the right move here. He took away the 3-dart out before he threw it the bullseye. I actually like this shot a lot.
Great shot.
Yeah, the bank shot off the other dart, and you see Dawn there. He doesn't believe that dart was a triple.
We're going to get that for you in slow-mo. Run that back.
The replay?
Nope. Apparently, nope. We do not have those capabilities.
We missed the replay option.
I do, but I didn't have it on record.
So Dawn come to the board, needing a lot of bullseyes to take the lead. Not going to happen. And now, up by 47 points, I wonder if Carolyn's going to take a stab at it this time. Because she knows if she ever misses, she can then go down and only a single 17 takes away the 3-dart out.
Yeah, she's got the safety blanket in this shot. And honestly, she's got the opportunity to fall out if she misses the bullseye as well.
That's true.
So we'll see what she opts to shoot for here. As the boys back in the back do a little John. She does start to go for that bullseye, takes away the 3-dart out, piles in another, at this point, kind of meaningless 17, but could come into play later on.
Yeah, it's all about giving Mike 3 clear at that bullseye to where he knows Dawn doesn't have a 3-dart out coming behind him.
Dawn very close to Kim like he's going to talk her into something.
Yeah, he's going to have her close that 17 because that then would have left him a 3-dart out if Mike weren't to score. And I actually like that shot a lot. I think that's the right way to go there because it would have made Mike not go at the bullseye. He would have tried to preserve the taking away of the 3-dart out. And there it is. Mike finishes that game.
Yeah, big finish for Mike Maloney. They're moving on. Mike and Carolyn moving on. Don and Kim unfortunately eliminated from this event. We will be waiting on Dennis and Sandra, who will be playing the winner of this match as soon as we can get everyone ready.
So on board 2, we see David Schuyler and, forgive me, I can't see all of it. It's something Earl. Here we are in Kansas City, Missouri for the 2016 TOC in this mixed doubles invitational gold division where first place is $50,000. We have the loser takes third match where Dennis Sandin and Sandra Erdman hold the one-loss bracket. And Mike Maloney and Carolyn Nessman hold the two-loss bracket. So this will be a race to two with the one-loss format, which is cricket 501, tiebreaker being cricket. And if a third match is needed because Dennis and Sandra were to lose, then we would revert to the two-loss format, which is one game of cricket. These teams have already corked. Dennis won that cork, so Dennis and Sandra will have the start.
Yeah, and this is where the money really starts to differentiate between the places. Mike and Carolyn probably happy to be out of the one game format at this point. They get a little bit of a breathing room, but the loser of this match will get $2,000, and the winner is guaranteed at least $5,000 with a chance to win $50,000.
Yeah, Mike and Carolyn aren't necessarily out of the one-loss format. They're just hoping to get Dennis and Sandra to that format at this point because they need to win 2 out of 3 and then win a one game. But they've been very successful with the one game. They've battled through a couple of matches to get here, so they're certainly rolling now. They've got a little bit of momentum, whereas Dennis and Sandra haven't just beat Don and them a while ago. They've been sitting. So, and Carolyn coming out firing on her first shot with 9 19s.
Yeah, great shot out of Carolyn, and you know what? All will be forgiven if she starts hitting her stride late in this tournament like she appears to have done the last 2 matches we've seen her.
Yeah, she really picked her partner Mike up there, where after he only started with 2 marks. So Dennis, a couple of slack darts on his first 2, just getting singles, and only a single on the last. So 3 marks there for Dennis Sandin. Mike gonna try to get a reprieve from his 2 mark. Makes it a lot easier when your girl can give you 9.
Yes, when your girl's putting in 9, averaging 9 at this point. That is definitely a good place to be. Sandra, though, has been playing fairly well every time we've seen her, and there we see a 6 mark from her. So the ladies both banging it in this leg so far. Carolyn going to try to keep up that enormous average.
Well, I don't think that was going to happen, but she's certainly not going to drop it too much, as she still puts in a 5 mark to retain a 7-0 average. You see Mike back there with the big fist pump.
Now, the unfortunate thing for Mike and Carolyn is even if they win this leg, Dennis and Sandra will get to go first again. So it's not a standard break of throw, but it's always nice to have that cushion headed into the next leg. Anything can happen in that 501. You leave a big fat number and bust it, and you can step in there and take that one too.
Yeah, Dennis only hitting 2 marks here. So basically what this is all boiled down to is Dennis basically lost the diddle. Because more often than not, the player going first is going to win the leg. So Dennis was able to win the diddle, but it looks like they're going to lose this leg to get the start in the next one if they do. So Sandra, only having the 15s and bullseyes left, going to walk up to the 15. You have to wonder if the wait time has played a factor in this, because when we saw Dennis and Sandra earlier, they both were playing very well. They dispatched of Don and Kim quite easily.
No, they really did. And to further that point, when we get back to Randy, that will be another question that we'll see how that'll be answered.
Well, and honestly, if you're Randy and Trisha right now, you're rooting for Mike and Carolyn because you don't want Dennis and Sandra coming back to you with only 1 loss. You don't care who comes back, but you want whoever it is to have 2 losses and you only have to win once.
Right.
So Mike does take leg number 1.
Next leg will be a leg of 501, where Randy and Sandra will have the start, and Mike and Carolyn will be playing catch up in the second spot. Again, this match is not over. If Mike and Nessie win this leg of 501, we will go into a sudden death leg of cricket. Dennis looks to have righted the ship at least a bit with a low ton there.
Bit unlucky there on the third dart. Looked like he caught the flight of the first one and it landed into the 4. So we'll see if Mike can beat the 104 of Dennis. I think that's a pee hole in the third one.
Yeah,
dead
nuts.
center.
Great last dart by Mike. Puts in his own low ton. Sandra firing in on that bullseye.
Dennis and Sandra have been really strong in 01 legs. We saw earlier when they were playing Dawn that they were on 81 after 9 darts.
Yeah, they went 6 perfect to begin that leg. Carolyn's struggling a little bit there with only 1 bullseye. So it does look like it's going to go with throw. However, there is only 29 points in between these two.
Yeah, it's still going to come down to who can hit the out.
Another big $150 from Dennis.
And Mike getting a little tricky here. He didn't need to go that route. But I think that he was trying to do it to leave his partner with the 150 because he knows that the likelihood of her hitting 3 triples is a lot less than her hitting 3 bullseyes. So Carolyn now going to have to set Mike up on an easy out and hope that he gets another chance. Dennis Sandin sitting on 59. I doubt that that'll happen.
Dennis Sandin, I think we're going to see him go 950. There's the 9. Ooh, and he falls out, but it's into a 14.
Still an out. Double 18. No, only a single. Dennis doesn't look happy.
No, he looked back over his shoulder.
Yeah.
I don't know what that was about.
I mean, sure, it's just frustration for missing. But Mike now needing 124.
There's one of the bullseyes.
Oh, and he gets a lucky fallout. Single 17, leaving 57. Dennis had the same sort of luck missing the bullseye and not hitting a bogey. So triple 19 and just left.
Slides into that 777. So Sandra, very capable shot here. Looking for that single 18, and there she chucks it in there, takes the lead, or takes this match to a decider. So we'll play 1 leg of cricket. If it's won by Mike and Carolyn, we'll play another leg of cricket. If it's won by Dennis and Sandra, we will have our final set.
The all-important diddle coming up. We've seen earlier these two play, and Dennis put in 3 double bulls to win the cork. Oh, Mike gonna give this one away. Dennis doesn't even need a bullseye to win this cork.
Dennis steps up there and does the job, sticks in that single bull.
So Mike Maloney will set the board up. Third leg coming in. Dennis to lead us out.
I believe the last time the deciding match, Dennis opened with a ton 80.
Did Dennis just check his pulse?
I think he was stretching out his finger.
Is that what that was? Okay.
I think so.
That's that was a bit of odd behavior, but he did follow it up with a triple 20. I mean, even stretching the finger, not sure if it was tight or what, but he did shank that first dart.
Yeah, Mike looking to really take advantage of that three single open. So Sandra coming up big here. Ooh, I thought that second one was in there too. Turns out she only comes away with 80 points. But Carolyn really needs to put a dent in this 19.
She opened our last cricket game up with a 9 mark on the 19s. This time she's only going to hit 5, but that's more than enough to give her team the lead.
So Dennis stepping up here, wants to control that 20. Make sure they have the biggest playground to play on. And he doesn't do it. Only comes away with 2 marks. 40 points on that 20. Mike now with the first opportunity to shut down that 20. And he does. Uses all 3 though.
So Sandra walking on the board, trailing 32 points, and needs a number to score on. Is going to look at the 18. Finds a triple with the second, but only that. So still trailing 32 points, but she did earn herself a number.
Sandra Erdman really playing well in this match overall.
Well, and so is Carolyn.
Here we see Carolyn playing her conservative game, staying on those points, trying to give her partner Mike a clear shot at closing.
So both ladies deadlocked with a 3.5 average. The difference being Mike's 4.5 to Dennis's 2.5. Got to look for Dennis to improve upon that right here.
Ends up with only a 4 mark. So Mike again with a good opportunity here to put some distance between him and Dennis and Sandra.
Oh, that could have been a game changer there, but instead hitting a triple 1. So Mike Maloney does have a 2 number and 17-point advantage.
Sandra here putting in that triple. Trying to follow it up. Only finds a single. Carolyn now stepping up. Gonna try to fill up that 19. And finds a big triple on the 3rd dart.
These ladies, again, stand deadlocked, 3.67. It really comes down to the difference of Mike versus Dennis right now. Dennis did manage to win the cork, and that's very important. But Mike being the better player to this point, Dennis is going to have to step it up.
Mike again with an opportunity to put some distance on the points. We may see him take a shot. He does, and again, doesn't even stay in the single. What he's probably thinking is if I hit a single in both of those shots, I've got 2 marks on the 18.
Well, and then Carolyn can take that shot to close it up.
Sandra's been steady on that triple 18, though. Oh, and just outside for the first time for her.
But I expect Carolyn to stay with her game. She likes to go points, leave the big closes for her partner. Oh, but she wants to go after it this time. Mike keeps missing that 18. Why not take it upon yourself? But she doesn't hit either, so just an 8-point advantage. And Dennis is looking down the 18.
And Dennis so capable. There could be a big shot turnaround at any time from him. Just because he's struggling now doesn't mean that that will continue.
Well, and in the back of your mind, at some point, you have to realize that I'm playing awful, and I'm still well in this match.
Right.
So you're getting away with it. You'd think at some point it would click, but not that time for Dennis.
Oh, and here we're going to see another shot at the double. I knew it was coming.
But he did at least hit a single that time, whereas when throwing at the triple, he wasn't. So that does put an X on the 18. If Sandra's unable to get the point lead, which she's going to put that to rest with the first dart, add some more with the second and the third.
Oh, great shot from Sandra. Almost fills it up. Ends up with a great 7 mark, putting pressure back on Carolyn,
who now needs 5 marks on the 19s to regain the point lead. But she's going to try to stop the bleeding on that 18 with her second dart. Doesn't hit it, goes back to the 19. So 76 points scored. They still trail by 2.
Of all times for Carolyn to leave her comfort zone as far as cricket strategy, I was surprised to see it there.
I think it was because it was an X on that number and she didn't expect to miss a big single. She thought that was an easy dart, put it in. But Dennis not punishing. Only 5 18s. He could have done a lot more there.
And Mike really needs to find that triple. Does. And ends up closing the 18. So now tables have turned as far as pressure back to Sandra.
Yeah, he wants to make Sandra, who's actually out shooting her partner right now, be the one to beat him.
Oh, and 2 loose darts from her. It's going to make it tough. Only finds a single 16.
So Carolyn now an opportunity to stay on those 19s, regain that point lead.
Oh, and a window from Carolyn Nessman. Did not see that coming. So Dennis now with an opportunity, if he wants it, to close those other 2 numbers down. Actually has a chance to score and shut those 2 numbers down. Oh, and he decides to go ahead and shut them down and follows through and takes out both of Mike and Carolyn's numbers.
So with a 35-point advantage, he did shut both of those numbers down. Mike now needing to go 16s. Misses the first one, switches to the 15, and puts in 4 on it. So doesn't retake the point lead, but does get a number. My guess here is Sandra's going to go at the 16.
With a mark already on there, triple scores, I would say that's her best bet. Oh, just outside, but does catch it on the 3rd dart. That is a big dart for those guys. You see the look on Dennis's face.
So it's up to Carolyn now to retake that point lead. She trails by 36 points, going to need at least 3 15s. Finds it with the last dart, so job done as far as that's concerned. She would have liked that a lot more.
Yeah, Dennis coming off the big 5 mark to turn this leg around. Straight into that trip 16, straight into that trip 15, and straight into the double bowl. What a shot from Dennis Sandin.
And I think exactly what happened is what we were talking about. Dennis hung around in this match playing poorly for so long that all it took was that one shot where he got an opportunity to close both those numbers. He does the job with only 1 triple, really. 2 single 19s and a trip 17. And that was all the confidence he needed to get back in this game. So Sandra now stepping to the board needing 1 bullseye to eliminate Mike Maloney and Carolyn Nessman and guarantee her and her partner $5,000 with a chance at $50,000. And she will not do it. A blank there from Sandra Erdman. Or she did fall out into a 16.
So that does change
so now
the
Carolyn,
dynamic a bit.
Carolyn needs 3 bulls instead of 2 to take this point lead. Oh, she's not going to do it. So Dennis the opportunity to book a place in the finals. Send Mike and Carolyn packing.
Again, difference between this match is $5,000 guaranteed for second place in the final, and only $200 for the loser of this match. Dennis finds that bullseye, pounds the chest.
So Mike and Carolyn, after going up 1-0 in that match, lose 2 straight to be eliminated by Dennis and Sandra. And you see the joy of those two. They get the opportunity to go face Randy Talachka and Trisha Romero in the finals for $50,000.
And luckily, they do only have one loss. So they still have only a loss. They have a loss to give. So that's best case scenario for them.
All right, here we are, the finals of the 2016 Mixed Doubles Invitational Gold Division, where first place is $50,000 and second place is a mere $5,000.
Huge discrepancy here between first and second place, and we've got one team with one loss and we have another team with no losses. So we've basically got the best setup that we can have to have these two teams facing off, but having no losses and 2 to give has to be the huge advantage here.
Yes, then the team with no losses is the team of Randy and Trisha. Dennis and Sandra have only lost to this team, and they've came right back to try to revenge that loss.
In the last match we saw these two play, it was a absolute shootout. Both girls were banging in triples. Trisha Pluff at one point was averaging 9 marks a turn throughout some of the legs. So if she's still in that kind of form, I can't see there being any other way to call this match.
So they'll do the standard niceties, the shaking of the hands, the wishing of the well darts, all the best, and they'll fire away. Dennis did win the cork, so Dennis and Sandra will have the start. This first match will be best of 3, first to 2, all cricket. We do play the format of the team with the least amount of losses. So because Randy and Trisha don't have a single loss, we will be playing the winner's bracket format. More often than not, in matches like this, it really comes down to the difference in the women. Which woman will play better is where I would put my money. And we've seen Trisha have a lot of matches where she's thrown 2 triples a turn, and we've seen Sandra be very steady with at least 1 triple a turn. But both players coming away with 3 marks that turn, so deadlocked right now as far as the women is concerned. The difference being the fact that Dennis opened up with 4 and Randy only followed with 2.
Dennis finding that triple 20. Might take a little bit for all of these players to kind of get their legs in this big match, especially Randy and Trisha. Do you think waiting all this time is going to be a huge deficit for them?
It's certainly a factor. They won the King Seat match quite early, and they've waited for everyone to battle it out in the other 2 brackets to finally end up here. And even then, it's still a long wait. We started this event early in the morning, and these 2 have been battling. I would say they've probably been sitting for an hour and a half, 2 hours. Now, I don't know what they were doing in the meantime. I myself, playing for $50,000, would have been on the closest board, and I'd have been warming up. I have no doubt that they were doing that as well.
Yeah, both knew the importance of this match and of this tournament overall. So I wouldn't be surprised at all. And actually, I can tell you that their finals match was called at 12:50, and we are now at 4:50. So they've been sitting for a very, very long time. Now, obviously, that's not when the match was concluded, but that is when the match was called. So yeah, depending on what these guys chose to do in their downtime, that it could be a huge deficit. But it looks like everybody's starting to get their feet underneath them.
Well, and it's going to take a little bit of time anyways, playing for this amount of money, just to settle in. All the players are going to come out with the bit of anxiety, knowing that they're playing for that much money. And then we're going to hit a stretch in the middle of this match where they're all going to get comfortable and the darts are going to start flying better. And then towards the end, it's going to go the complete opposite way, where they're going to tighten up again, because now the opportunity to win or lose $50,000 is on the line.
Yeah, and we might see that come down to game-winning shots.
So far through this match, Dennis being the on-form player.
Yeah, Dennis doing a good job of controlling that 20. Not leaving anything to chance. But Randy does have a number he can score on.
Here at this event, the Tournament of Champions, Randy's certainly a very experienced player, but not comparison to Dennis. Dennis a 2-time champion. So on that side of it, you have to expect Dennis to play better in this match.
Yeah, Dennis has got the pedigree in these high dollar events and high dollar matches. Sandra as well has been putting in everything that she needed to help get the team back to this finals match. Trisha sticking in there on the 17s. Does come away with 3 solid. Does not end up taking the point lead though. So Dennis with a legitimate chance here to get some points back and then close down that 17 if he chooses.
So just to hit on their averages a little bit, experience aside, these two men are only separated by 0.04 in averages. You have Randy coming in with the higher average actually with a 4.669, and Dennis coming in right behind him with a 4.621. So little divides these two other than experience. However, on the women's side, I would say the experience as well as the average sits with Trisha Romero. Trisha with a 3.353 average compared to
Sandra Erdman with a 2.924.
Yes, so about a 0.4 difference there on the women's side. And I know Trisha's very experienced in darts. She's been around for a good while, and she's been one of the top females in the soft tip game for quite a while.
Yeah, this is not Trisha's first rodeo for sure. So Dennis here with a commanding lead, stepping up. May choose to just go ahead and try to close that 16, and that looks like what he's going to try to do. Does come away with just 3, but the lead is such a big one that it would take a lot from Randy here to turn this leg around. Oh, and Randy only comes up with a single 15 on that turn.
Yeah, so far in this leg, he's had a lot of unfortunate darts that were just one hole out or right next door. So that 3.67 average is not indicative to what he has been throwing. They've been better than that. They just haven't went in.
Tricia here stepping up, trying to fill up that bullseye. Trying to get something going here at the end of the leg, but it's probably at this point just academic. As Dennis Sandin steps up here with a hat trick to put his team one leg to the good in the final of the $50,000 mixed doubles invitational. There it is. Now we are back to the winners bracket, so we will be playing best 2 out of 3, and it will be all cricket. If this leg finds Dennis and Sandra winning, we will go to the first loser format, which is cricket 01 cricket. And again, if Dennis and Sandra are triumphant, we'll go to a sudden death leg of cricket. But we still got a lot of darts before any of that stuff happens. We'll see Randy kick off a leg of cricket here and see if they can't tie up this first set.
Yeah, although the format has reverted down to 2 out of 3, it still leaves a lot of room for both teams to know that they can lose a match or two and still be in this thing.
There we see Randy right the ship there after an errant first dart with 2 trip 20s. Dennis starting his campaign in this second leg very, very well with a 7 mark of his own. Oh, and Tricia only finding a single mark there.
Yeah, pretty terrible shot for Tricia based on her standard of play thus far. We'll see if Sandra is able to punish her for that.
Oh, and Sandra only comes away with a 2 mark herself.
So neither lady taking advantage of the other one. Missing.
Randy stepping up here. Going to try to right the ship on the 20. Again, plays pretty aggressive, going down at that 19. But no worries, comes back with a big trip 20.
And we've seen this all day from Randy. The reason, or part of the reason they're in the king seat position, needing to be triple dipped, is because Randy, when his back's against the wall, seems to find these big shots that are just game changers. We saw the big 9 in the king seat match against Don, where he went trip 18, triple 20, and that really broke the back of Don and his partner, Kim. And it made Tricia get fired up, and she came back. And here we see, after dropping the first leg, here comes Randy firing in a 6.5. So he has a way about him of just stepping up once the game gets going.
Oh, and Tricia does find a big triple. Yeah, I think you've summed up Randy straight away. He seems to do better when his back is against the wall. If he needs to have it, it's probably going to go in. Sandra, though, I've been impressed with all day. Oh, and does not come away with a triple. And I think maybe there's a little bit of fatigue maybe setting in. Getting a little bit more disappointment. The highs might be higher, the lows might be lower a little bit for some of these players.
Wow, and an interesting shot there from Randy. I'm not sure where the first one was going because it was close to the 17 and the 19, but I have to assume he threw towards the 19. It was just a bad dart. But then he does catch the triple 20 to increase that point lead. And after a risky dart at the 19, he leaves Dennis a chance here because he did not find the triple.
Dennis going to let him off the hook, though. Needs to right the ship here with a trip 19. And he finds it. Good last dart from Dennis. Tricia, power closing the 19s with a triple. Oh, and a big trip 20 as well. Finally, we see some of Tricia's true colors coming out here. See if Sandra can do the same for her team.
Sandra just going to hold steady with 2 marks a turn. Not what she wants. She's a much better player than that. We've seen her play better than that. I wonder if the pressure's getting to her in this, the most pressure-packed match that I've ever been a part of.
Oh, and a big last again from Randy. Pulling the ripcord on trying to close that 18. See Tricia back there giving the high fives. Enjoying this so far.
And you have to. I mean, that's what's going to make this easiest, is if you can have fun. Put the money aside, put the feed and the cameras and all of that behind you, and just know that you're playing darts. I assume she gets along well with Randy. They've been doing so well today. You're shooting darts with a friend, and you're just hoping to win. The competitiveness comes out in you, and you want to have fun and do well.
Great shot there. Closing down the 18s and getting 60 more points. Sandra does end up finding a triple there. It's at least one less that Randy and Tricia can point on.
Yeah, still way back, though. I imagine Randy's feeling pretty comfortable in this leg. He's just going to want to look to close that 17, possibly a little more, but make sure you get that 17 is really the important part, and he does just that.
And like a good euchre partner, he's sprouting over there on the 16s.
Dennis, arguably the most decorated TOC player ever. looking to add another notch on the belt with a mixed doubles invitational title. This would be some resume if Dennis were able to pull this out.
Yeah, his dollars per hour at the TOC would be quite good if he was able to pull this one out and already have 2 finale wins under his belt. Sanders stepping up here. Last ditch effort over on the 15 corner. Does come away with a 7 mark.
A very good shot from Sandra. Pulling her team back in it and applying a little bit of pressure on Randy. He's going to need to close that 15 now. Manages to do that with the second dart. And puts a little extra points on there to push the bullseye even farther. So now, Dennis steps to the board needing 6 bullseyes to get the point lead instead of only 5.
Again, not a whole lot in between these 2 men players or these 2 female players.
No, you see there at the bottom of the board, both women deadlocked at a 3.2. So the difference now is only that of going first, really.
Trisha again with the white men can't jump, leaving that arm hang out there as that double bull goes in.
To tie us up at 1 leg apiece, we will now move into a cork, where winner of this will start the 3rd game of cricket. For those that don't know, on the cork in this game, we do count the holes. So closest to the dead center hole, which is commonly referred to as the P hole, will go first in this game.
Oh, and a good dart high on that double bull.
Yeah, I guarantee Randy does not love the placement of that dart.
No, though it's not a double, that is a great placement. And somehow,
if he managed to pull that out, that's a heck of a dart. And it looks like he might have. I think everyone's in a little bit of shock.
Yeah.
Because he even hit Dennis's dart. It looked like he went through Dennis's dart rather than around.
No, that was the cork muscle is strong with that one. Or it could have been Don Stewart off to the side blowing on his darts.
Highly unlikely. Randy threw an excellent dart there. To be able to do it under this kind of pressure, that's an incredible dart.
So Randy again with the all-important start here in the final leg of the first set. Comes away with a big triple 20 on the last start.
Yeah, he needed that. And this 3rd leg's so important. He did not want to relinquish the 20 to Dennis and Sandra.
No, that is a big toy, and that's a big weapon to wield. Dennis really going to have to turn it around here on the 19s.
And we can see here in this 3rd leg how important it is. You see the pressure mounting. Both players throwing less than they were in the 2 games prior.
Yeah, this is a big moment for each of these players. They know one team could have their first loss, and the other team could have their all-important second loss. And there we see Trisha really, really opening up the gears, tripping that 19 and the 18 to take that point lead and a numbers game. They have 3 open numbers now.
Yeah, quite possibly the most experienced dart player in this match is Trisha. She has many of ladies' titles in her time, and she's showing that the moment is not bigger than her. She's bigger than the moment.
Well, and 50 grand on the line, I dare say that's probably the biggest any one of these players has played for. So that's a big motivator. Oh, and Randy kind of lets them off the hook there with only a single mark.
Yeah, if we look at the averages, I mean, Trisha with a 7.0 compared to the 2.5 of Randy being the second highest. She's very close to single-handedly winning this leg.
She really is. She's looking at Randy saying, jump on, let's go do this.
If she can carry Randy, she's got a strong back.
Well, I tell you what, she's doing a great job. Could she close both corners?
Oh, wow.
That was a good look at it. Slides into the single 15 for another big shot.
We see that her average dropped to 6.5, but that's only because she was throwing in a closed number with her first dart. She goes single, triple, triple. So still 7 marks, but only gets credit for 6. So here comes Randy trying to just fill in the blanks, if you will, because Trisha's not leaving many.
Yeah, Trisha is definitely writing this all by herself. But there we see Randy doing exactly what he should when his partner's playing so well. He's just adding a few little icings on the cake for her.
Well, and to think, this all started with that excellent cork by Randy. And that made Trisha comfortable enough to walk up there and put in that 7 mark, and the rest is history in this leg. So Trisha going to look to finish this leg off, only needing 2 bulls. The way she's throwing now, I wouldn't be surprised if the first dart isn't dead center.
She might throw the other 2 on the table. Glad she didn't.
Yeah, and there she is. Miss Trisha Romero finishing that one off in excellent style, averaging a 5.63. So we're going to do this all over again, except now... well, actually, no, it stays with this same format because Trisha and Randy still only have 0 losses. It still remains their format of winner's side all cricket.
So we're going to see at least 2 more legs of cricket here in the MDI Gold $50,000 mixed doubles event. Randy there with not such a glorious cork will relinquish the start and at least this first leg to Dennis and Sandra.
Yeah, but now you got to imagine that Randy and Trisha are feeling a lot more comfortable. They know they only have to win 1 more match, and Dennis and Sandra cannot lose one.
Yeah, the back is definitely against the wall for the team of Randy or Dennis and Sandra. They had a loss to give, and they've given it. Oh, Dennis. Chatting himself up there, frustrated with that closed start.
Yeah, only making 1 dart count out of 3 is subpar darts for Dennis Sandin. And Randy looking to keep going on that high that they're coming off of from the last 3 legs.
Sandra here going to try to do what Dennis was trying to do and control that 20.
Yeah, the 20 being the most important number in any leg of cricket, just because it is worth the most. If you can get out firing and you put in some big shots on that 20, you can really put a lot of pressure on your opponent to have to throw more than you.
Yeah, that's the idea. If you can keep a hold of that weapon, it's constantly going to put the other guy in under pressure because their triples are just not going to be worth as much as yours.
Yeah, they can't match you. They have to better you. It's like your little baby. You just want to protect it. Don't ever give them a chance to take your baby.
No, I think that's good advice across the board.
And that's why it's like your baby.
So here we see Randy straight into that triple. Trisha with a tough turn, but Randy now making up the slack. Again, aggressive shot. But I like that, especially with the 20, because just as much as it is somebody's baby, it's just as important to try to take that away as quickly as possible.
Yeah, it's just as I was just saying. You don't want to give them that opportunity. If Dennis had stayed on the 20 the last time rather than trying to throw at the 19, he would have taken that opportunity away from Randy. Or Randy would have had to do it down and score. So in a worse position, he now has to take that gamble, if you will.
And Trisha right in the ship straight away. Big 9 mark.
And why would she leave? I mean, 2 triples, you stay there all day long, fill it up, a pile and a half, 9 marks on the 19 for Trisha Romero.
If that girl had 3 more darts, she would have hit 3 more triples in that turn.
We'll see on the next turn.
So here we see Dennis come back up with 100 points. Randy, all he can do is smile. He knows his partner's playing well.
Oh, yeah. He's buying her some champagne after this. And he's going to have a lot of scratch to do it with if they keep this going.
Yeah, Randy no slouch himself. Look at that. Back-to-back 9 marks for the team that won the king seat.
I mean, they've clearly been the best team all day long. Nobody really challenging them. And this is why. Both of them feed off of each other. Big shot follows big shot. And that's what we've seen from them all day long.
Good follow, though, from Sandra. But after the back-to-back 9s, with this team going second, they have established...
Anytime 2 players on the same team are the 2 highest averages on the board, it's going to be a one-way traffic.
It's going to be tough to overcome for sure. So there we see a good last start triple from Trisha again. Dennis getting frustrated. The darts just don't seem to want to go in. Oh, and he bangs right next door again.
Yeah, unfortunate there for Dennis. He was all over the triple 18. They just didn't go in. So Randy now, the BA official, walking to the board, looking to keep this going, pick up his partner.
Does get the close. We'll probably see him come down and score. Does hit that single 19. So again, closes their number down. Sandra's going to walk up needing to close another number in order to score some more points. Really needs this last dart triple. Oh, and only going to come away with a single mark.
Yeah, you saw the frustration in Sandra's face there. As soon as she let go of that third dart, she knew it was a bad one.
And Trisha again with the bottom of the board triples. Again, does the business though, just closing that next number.
You see Trisha back there with the big smile and the like. I have to admit, I've never played darts with any of these 4, but I think, ability aside, I would love to play with Trisha just because she's so excitable and animated, and she relishes the big shots. But Dennis, not making this easy, does put in a 9 mark on the 16s that last turn.
And we see just how powerful that start is. So we've got a team that went back-to-back 9 marks and is still not in a overwhelmingly commanding lead. Now, Dennis did just answer with 1, so they reeled one of those 9 marks back, but still, you would normally expect that to be a game changer.
Oh, and only 2 there for Sandra. So she does manage a 6-point lead, but Trisha, the triple monster coming up. Wow, and an unlikely miss from Trisha. So opportunity now for Dennis. Fresh off that 9 mark he threw last turn, he's got another opportunity here that if he can put in a couple of triples, it's going to be a game changer.
Yeah, Dennis can take this leg and turn it on its head with a triple 17.
Oh, and he's thinking.
Oh, but he goes back to the 16. I think that was a smart play there.
Yeah, risk reward. I think he did some quick math and realized that throwing that triple 16 puts him ahead 51 points, and that's just equal to a trip 17 and probably worth the gamble.
See Randy talking to himself a bit. Oh, and lays it in there. Great last dart again from
Threaded the needle. I mean, 2 darts there, and he puts it right between in for the triple. That was a tough dart.
So Sandra, lackluster so far by the standard we've seen her play, has an opportunity to really, really turn this screw. Oh, and again, only coming away with a 1 mark.
So Trisha now, holding a 1-point lead. She's going to go after that 16. Interesting strategy here. I thought she may just try to fill up the 17 and give her and her partner a good cushion.
I think that was an indecisive shot. I don't think she knew exactly what she wanted to do when she stepped up there, and that was enough to miss all 3 of those darts.
Yeah, Dennis battling he and Sandra back in this match.
Oh, we've got the sign of the beast. 666 plays 636. So Randy gonna, with his back against the wall, we've seen him shine in situations like this before.
Yeah, but we've also seen him take his time on shots like this, and he isn't taking his time as much as he had before. But still comes away with 4 17s and a single 16. So enough to take the lead and make it so that Sandra has to throw a triple 16 to get the lead.
Yeah, and honestly, averages say Sandra is going to put in a shot here. She's had 2 lax turns, maybe even 3. She needs one to right the ship. Oh, and again, only a single mark.
Unfortunate for Sandra there. So Trisha, we saw her go at the 16 last time. Now that they have an X on the 17, does she change her strategy? No, she's right at the 16.
Oh, she catches that 15 to put a dagger. One nail in the coffin of Dennis and Sandra.
That was a game shot right there. Like that, she doesn't hit that. We could be seeing Dennis walking up here to really put them away. But that shot completely took control of this game, forcing Dennis to only go at the bullseye. He had no other option. And Randy now gets to step to the board and look like the hero when we know that last shot from Trisha was really the heroic one.
Yeah, Randy again just going to do his job, fill in the blanks for Trisha. Needing a single bullseye. There we go. Come on.
Yeah, Randy, a great finish there. So they lead now 1-0. If they win this next leg, we are done.
You were looking at the winners of $50,000 if Randy and Trisha can pull off this next leg. Dennis and Sandra will have the start, but we did just see them come from behind in that last leg.
Yeah, and Dennis was the best player on the board in that last one. So we'll see if he can keep that going. We talked about his experience in big money matches like this, and we know that he shines in moments that are as big as this. But this is a team game, and Trisha seems to be playing really well, and Randy still playing very solid.
Yeah, Randy, again, no slouch. We're kind of teasing when we say Trisha's running the board. Because Randy, a very capable player, and has put in everything that he's needed to stay up.
It's not so much that Randy isn't out throwing Trisha, because in that last game he absolutely did. It's just a matter of, by averages, Randy threw slightly less than his, whereas Trisha threw about a half a mark to a whole mark over hers. So it's all about who can step up their game in the biggest of moments, and as of right now, Trisha's the one doing it the most.
Here we see her first turn at the board here in the second leg. Oh, and finds a big triple on the last start to take the point lead. So Dennis so far has done a good job of trying to contain that 20.
Now, as a dart player, what's your awareness in the moment? Like, do you think that Randy and Trisha right now know they're throwing for $50,000, or do you think they're playing one single leg of cricket, taking everything out of it?
I would like to think that they were throwing one leg of cricket. That's what I would hope that I would be doing, but there's no way that that's not on the back of their minds.
Well, I mean, they're certainly putting in a lot of big scores. For them to know that they're throwing for $50,000 and to be playing this well is incredible.
Sandra's going to step up here, try to get that point lead back.
Oh, and a big last, threading the needle there for 60 more points to add to the 20 she got with the first start. Retake that lead by 34 points.
Trisha again with a big last dart triple.
So as of right now, both ladies deadlocked with a 4.5. It's a matter of Randy's 6.5 versus Dennis's 5.0 that is the difference in this.
And honestly, again, we see them in this leg because of that start. And there's the fall off that Randy and Trisha have been waiting for on that 20, and they have an opportunity to shut that and start to run away with this.
And Randy taking his time on this one. He knows how important this shot is. First dart, dead center.
Oh, look at this from Randy. Looking to really turn the screw. Up only 2 points. but takes that 18 instead of pointing and then down to that 17.
And for those that don't know, we're quite a ways away from where these players are playing. And when Randy hit that shot, we heard Trisha yell so loud that we heard it over here.
Yeah, there was definitely some excitement in that. But a big shot from Sandra.
Yeah, she's not quitting.
Has put some pressure back on these guys. Trisha was able to get the point lead again.
Sandra's keeping her and Dennis in this leg. She's certainly showing up when it matters most, knowing that if she loses this one, she's out.
Oh, an unlucky darts from Dennis there. So Randy again gonna need to step up here and score some points. And I think if we see him trip on the first dart, we may see him slide over to that 17. There's that triple 19. There's that triple 17. And it's just your world, Randy.
Yeah, Randy got really comfortable in this leg, and he started stroking.
Yeah, 6-2-5 in a deciding leg, or in a leg to polish off a $50,000 first place win is absolutely top notch.
Oh, and here comes Trisha.
Oh, a dirty shot.
That all but wraps this match up. A 3-number lead and almost 100 points. No matter what Dennis does on this shot, Randy's going to step to the board, staring down 3 bullseyes for $50,000. So here comes Mr. Randy Talashka to win the Mixed Doubles Invitational Gold Final at the 2016 Tournament of Champions. First dart, a single bullseye. Second dart just outside. Third dart, single bullseye. So he's not going to be the hero. Instead, we're going to see, unless Sandra can put in an amazing shot here, we're going to see Trisha come back for 1 bullseye.
Yeah, Sandra's really going to need to fill this up. And, you know, after the way Trish has played and as long Trish has been around this game, I think it's only fitting that she's going to get to put in this final bullseye.
Yes, so Trisha Romero steps to the board, stares down the bullseye. There it is, leaves it out. Trisha Romero winning it for her and her partner, Randy Talachka, your 2016 Mixed Doubles Invitational Gold Final champions. Your runners-up, Dennis Sandin and Sandra Erdman. What a final. You see Trisha back there jumping around. That's exciting. $50,000 to be shared between those two. Runners-up go away with $5,000. What a match.
Great match. Great camaraderie there at the end. You see everybody hugs and kisses. No slouch there from Dennis and Sandra. Great for them to even make the final through the tough field that we had here today. I think we should just leave it here. We'll watch some of the celebration and figure out where Trisha's going to take us to dinner.
Yeah, I think we're going to be getting a steak on Trisha later.
Again, congratulations to those guys. $50,000, $25,000 apiece. Randy gets a little Captain and Coke on his back there as he hugs some of the other contestants, congratulating them. Great scene here.
Let's go get the Gatorade.
I'm Dave Madison, and this is my wife Wendy, and we love to play darts.
I went to a soft tip dart tournament with a couple friends of mine, and we get to the finals of the event, and we're playing against two guys I know, and this young lady was their girl partner, and I thought she was very attractive, and I liked her, and I started talking to her, and I bought her a drink, and I distinctly remember her saying, "Are you hitting on me?" I'm like, well, kinda. But she had a boyfriend at the time, but that's kind of how we met. And I still argue to this day that we won the tournament, but I think you said
No, we won the tournament.
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure we did won the tournament, but
I actually met my husband at a bar at a tournament. We were playing, it was a mixed reps tournament, and my team we beat them.
So then months went by, and I was at one of the guys that she was playing with. I was playing a tournament with him, and we needed a girl for the mixed events. And I said, hey, what about that girl, Wendy, that you played with? So he brought her into the tournament, and we played. And then we talked a little bit more, and then she asked me about steel tip darts, and she wanted to play a steel tip league. So I said, hey, there's a mixed doubles steel tip league. How about playing with me sometime? So she said, sure. And then months later, we kind of talked out of the blue again, and she brought that up, and there happened to be a league started, so we started playing the steel tip Thursday night mixed doubles league together. And kind of over that 15-week period, to me, is when we kind of developed our relationship. And she was actually just broke up with her boyfriend, or was breaking up with her boyfriend at the time. I was single, and then so by the time the season had ended, we were able to actually go on dates and stuff. So
yep, first date.
Darts was such a big part of my life in my 20s and 30s that I missed a lot of family events. Like a story I always tell is my 30th birthday party happened to fall on a weekend of a tournament here. The Southern Illinois Dart League has a tournament, and my 30th birthday happened to fall the day of that tournament, and my family was trying to like trick me into coming to this party because it was also my aunt's 50th birthday party, and I basically had to tell them, I am not coming. I am going to this dart tournament. You know, and looking back, stuff like that, I regret it. I wish I would have went to my 30th birthday party because I played so many tournaments, but at the time, darts was it. Darts was more important to me than going to my own birthday party, kind of a thing. So, in terms of our lives, it's funny because if I would have met her and got married in my 20s, all my wedding party and most people at the party would have been high school. I played a lot of sports as high school, lived with a lot of teammates, a lot of high school people I grew up with from school and everything. But when we actually did get married, our wedding was like 95% dart players. I mean, that's how much our life had changed. So.
There's our wedding picture up there. Everyone in there is a dart player.
Everyone in there is a dart player,
except for maybe 3 or 4 people.
Yeah, except for her 2 sisters and my cousin, who was my best man. But everybody else in there are dart people we met through the dart world. Every sport I played my entire life, soccer, baseball. Like I said, I was always one of the better players in the team, but I was never like the best player in the team. So like the best players got all the attention, but I was the one that did the grunt work and did basically without guys like me, teams don't win. As I got older and got into darts, I guess I won enough that I became the man. Because I'd be the one that won all the time. And everybody wanted me on their dart team, and everybody wanted to play tournaments with me. So that filled. So instead of being really, really good, but not the best, I was becoming one of the best in darts. So that kind of filled that void for me. With the TOC, it gives guys that are not, you don't have to be, to win the big money, yeah, you're going to have to be one of the best players. But there's a lot of money to be run out there, and you don't have to be, the TOC gives you a lot of opportunities for guys that are, let's say, even average. Average players can still win a lot of money, and they can get into this blind draw, and they can grab the best player, and they can have a hot day, and they can go on and win 20 grand, and then be on the live internet feeds and stuff like that, and it just gives everybody a great opportunity.
I know that I could be like one of the best, but the thing is, I have a 3-year-old. I have my dream right now. Like I have my husband, my kid, my dream house. So it's kind of like, but I still love to play darts. Like I still would like to win and be good someday.
I'm Dennis Sandin, 2013-2015 Men's TOC Champ. I've been playing since 2000, and I'm a laborer out of St. Louis, and a guy came up to me and says, "Hey Dennis, would you like to throw in a dart league?" And I said, "No, you got the wrong guy." He goes, "I got 2 weeks left. I'll pay for your darts. I'll pay for everything." He goes, "Just show up, just 2 weeks." And I said, "All right, I'll do it." And from there I was hooked. I mean, it was every weekend playing darts, and I was the thrill of playing other people and the competition, and you had your ups and downs. TOC, when I first looked at it, I looked at the $20,000, you know, the chance to win $20,000, which all your dart tournaments around, you know, it's never been that high ever. The first year they did it, I couldn't play in it because my mom was really sick. So I took the first year off and went to visit her in Kentucky. And she ended up dying, and so it really hurt, and I couldn't concentrate and put my head into the game. And then so after about a month went by, I started throwing a little bit more darts and it wasn't flying good, and I wasn't feeling comfortable, and well, 16 more days after that, my dad passed away. It was 46 days. And it hit me again. God really put in challenge to me. And I always wanted my mom to see me win something big. And she's always there for darts. I wanted to show her that I could do it. Well, after that, my mom and dad passed away, I started trying to focus on the darts again and shooting. And then I said I'm gonna put a team together to win, and I wanted to really, really win so bad. And we ended up winning the first game, winning the second game, winning the third game, and it got more excited. I told my wife, I said, you know, I think we have a chance. And she goes, well, just keep on playing your darts and you'll be fine. So I stayed calm, and so then we ended up playing for the match. I really didn't shoot the best darts throwing it, but I ended up winning it. And I did that for my mom and dad. And I knew that he was watching me. I said, I got something that they don't have. I got my partner Scott and my mom and dad. That's 4 of us against 2 people. We should win. And we ended up winning it. And it made me so proud. So TOC is a chance for anybody. I mean, I'm not the greatest player. And if you put your heart into it, you can do anything you want to. I mean, you got great players out there, better than me, but I stick with it and I practice and I practice. Every day you have a chance to beat somebody, and that's what we're all here for. And we all want to beat the best, and that's what we shoot for.
can't believe we're on national TV, probably millions and millions of people watching, and you still think you beat me in that tournament when we first met. You know that my team beat your team.
No. You have a problem with remembering things.
I don't think so.
On my team beat yours.
Okay, tell me
100%.
Name the people that are even on your team that day.
Phil and Rob.
Okay,
I remember
might have been
it
right there.
like the back of my
But you
hand.
got me there because I don't remember who my girl was. I know I had Chuck.
I
still
remember who your
if
girl
it
was. It was Jessie.
It was Jessie?
Yes.
Okay.
See how I remember
Okay,
the
well,
exact
just
detail
because you
of
remember
every
that
moment of it?
doesn't mean I don't remember that we won.
No.
Because back in those days, I never lost. Never.
You did that day.
I did lose that day?
Yeah.
Maybe that's why I actually had an eye on you, because no one ever beats me. And you actually beat me that day.
Right.
That could be the reason.
I don't think so.
Even though I still don't think you beat me.
How do you feel about sleeping in Benny's bunk bed tonight?
Now, you know, on second thought, maybe you did squeak that one out for you. You might have beat us. Okay.
Yeah.
Welcome everybody to South 94 Bistro. This is the home bar for Wendy and myself. We play here 2 or 3 times a week for league. We come here about once a month for tournaments. I run tournaments out of here, both soft tip and steel tip tournaments. We just enjoy the atmosphere here. We enjoy the people here. Carol Gold, the owner of the bar, Jerry Gold, the owner, very nice people. They've done very nice things for the dart players here.
We are at South 94 Bistro. It's my most favorite dart bar ever. They have the best bartenders here. I've met like so many close friends of mine here. It's just my favorite place to play darts.
Like, I like to call myself the dream breaker because I'm not like freaking amazing in darts, but if you are playing to win, I'm probably gonna beat you. Maybe. Like, I might beat you. No, I'm probably gonna beat you. I don't want to sound like a jerk or anything. Dream breaker is not like I'm, crushing your dreams or anything. That's all right, buddy. The reason why I came up with it is mostly because I was at a tournament one time. It was a blind draw type deal, like all-star. You don't know who your partner is, whatever. So we're playing against this woman on the other team who is like really, really into darts. Like, I'm guessing it's like pretty much her life. She lives and breathes darts. Well, anyway, turns out we ended up losing the match in the third leg. She went to my partner behind my back and was like, your partner didn't even try. So, which is totally not true. Like, I never give up on my partners ever. Like, and so I guess what I'm saying is maybe I might not look like I care when I'm up there throwing, but really what's going on in my head is a total different story. Like, I'm super competitive. I totally want to win. I never give up. And that lady really pissed me off when she said that.
2015 TOC, I did not do very well, and I'm blaming it on the camera people because they were filming for the camera thing, and I'm going to be honest with you, I think I got in my head, and my game just went in the tank as soon as I started hearing about the TV thing. I wanted to be on the show. I wanted to prove that I was a good dart player, and for some reason, my game went in the toilet. So even though I've just told you all that, Mr. Camera there, stay out of my way, don't get in my face, don't make me nervous. Thank you.
2015 TOC, not a good one for me. It's the first year that I did not qualify. It's the first year that I did not make any money at all. It was very, very disappointing. I am much more excited this year. I feel like, yeah, the TOC is way huge. It's way bigger than it has ever been. But after the last couple years, I feel like it just kind of broke me in. So I guess you could say the awe and thrill of the whole situation is over, and now I just want to focus on getting in there and winning.
So when I get back to 2016 TOC this year, I'm really looking forward to seeing people that I always see, friends from Kansas City, friends from all over the country, but I'm also looking forward to redeeming myself, like I said, from last year. I didn't cash in a single event last year. First time in the 4 years I've been going there, I didn't cash in a single event. Like I said, one of the main goals is to get into the finale, which I'm actually already in, thanks to the pre-qualifier back in August. So one of my goals is already reached. My next goal will be to do well in that tournament. I don't want to just be one of the top 128 guys and get my $600, which is an awfully nice payout, but I'd much rather have some of the big money, and my goal is to do as best I can in that finale.
I'm going to break a lot of dreams. A lot. That's all I can say.
Hi, my name is Dennis Sandin. I'm from Baldwin, Illinois. Two-time champion of TOC. How to get the TOC? is playing remote leads, your leagues, and whatever your vendor wants you to do. You know, also for new players coming in, get yourself in there. It's a lot of work to get in TOC, but also a lot of work will pay off. You know, the payoff is big. Remote leads is the next new thing coming up for everybody. Remote leads is fun. You get to play people from all over the world, and you don't have to leave your bar. Every remote lead that you get into, you get paid out for that, but the very end of it is the TOC, which is like a bonus for you. The bonus is extra money, is fun, is awesome. You get to meet a lot of people, and you get to shoot with different people there. And you know what? You win something, you guys become best friends, which you never knew each other. That's what I love about it so much. And when you go to TOC, you can end up with great players. When you guys gel together, you win together. It don't take one person to win, it takes two. I was a good player. I wasn't the greatest player. And TOC is a fun place to be. I hope I see you there, and you know what? You could be my partner.
Since Dennis won in 2015 at the TOC, you know, I mean, he, you know, we spent the whole weekend in Kansas City and enjoyed our time and everything, and just the year has been a whirlwind for us. Dennis had some medical issues in December and January, and that lasted through March, and luckily things are looking better. Our son decided to get married, and we had all those plans and everything, and it's just been a fun year. It's been a fun year.
I don't know if he was more excited or I was getting more excited, but it was nice to have the money to do all that for him too. So
yes.
We helped him so much in there to get his wedding to be perfect for him, and it was one of the perfect weddings I've ever seen for a average Joe wedding. I mean, it wasn't the most expensive wedding in the world, but we made it look like it was. December 12th, I woke up and my finger was swollen. It was a morning I was getting ready for work, and I got up, took a shower, and I felt it kind of tight. And I went to work, and all day at work it got more bigger, and came and told my boss. I said, hey, my finger's swollen up really bad, and I said I can barely touch it. I said I need to go and see a doctor. And he goes, you know what, Dennis? He goes, you've done a lot for me. Go ahead and get out of here. So it was 7 o'clock in the morning. Dr. Bodeman walked in, and he came straight up to me, and he goes, let me see your finger. And I put my hand out. I showed him, and he looked at it. He goes, son. He peeled on it. He goes, I'm sorry. And I said, sorry. And I said, did you look at the MRI? He goes, no. He goes, but I've seen this a lot. He goes, looked like we're going to have to cut it and take it. And I said, why don't you go look at the MRI and then come back and tell me. And so he went down and looked at it, and I'm sitting there, they're going to take it. I know they're going to take it. And he comes back in and he goes, you're a young man, you're strong, you have no health issues with you. He goes, we're gonna put you in a IV, hook you up to IV and run this medicine through you and see what it does. And I said, well, you think it'll save my finger? He goes, it'll help your finger. He goes, what you got is never going to make it better. I'm 100% better. He goes, you will have a dead finger. But what we're trying to do is have the infection spread any farther.
Yeah, to stop it from spreading.
And that's what you need to do. He goes, and I said, all right. And it came out pretty good, really. I got to use my finger still. Swelling went down. I can feel a little bit more comfortable throwing with my finger now than what it was before. So I'm happy with it. I still have little problems with it, but it's just the little problems. And then mostly it's mental now, is I have to say, is it my finger or is it just me? And go from there. Brady's Bar is my home bar. Been shooting out here for 7-8 months. They brought the board in here for me to shoot in my hometown. They're proud to have a little ball one guy be a champion of the TOC twice. They're excited. When I walk in here, they watch me. They sit there for hours watching me play in the game. And the guy in here today has taught me the game more than anybody else is Jeff Wright. I lost a lot of $5 bets with him, and he showed me the game and how to play it right, and he made me a monster.
And that's when you got to give back to the game. You let somebody play you that's trying to get better, and the way they get better is playing guys like you.
Right.
The same way it's like with me, you know. That's the greatest invention they come up with in darts.
Yeah, it's in the new state of the art.
I wish they'd have had this my whole life right here.
Right. The moccasins became a trademark in darts for me. They feel like I won with them, and they're my lucky darts, or they bring luck to my darts. And so every time I go out, I got to have them on, and the moccasins are like my luckiest shoes I ever wore in my life. On my off time, I like hunting, fishing, and fishing. Baldwin, I always fished when I was 18 years old, and Baldwin Lake, I pulled more catfish out of there than most people will ever pull out of any lake. And I love fishing. It relaxes me, gets me in a state of mind, gets me away from work. This year, I'm excited for 2016 TOC. I want to defend my title. I've worked really hard, practiced a lot of hours, and I'm also playing an MDI, which is for $50,000. And as a siding there, I have a chance this year to win $35,000 at the total. And it's a goal, and you shoot for it. Let's see what happens, you know. I'll see you at the TOC.
Hi, my name is Dennis Sandin. I'm from Baldwin, Illinois. Two-time champion of TOC. How to get the TOC is playing remote leads, your leads, and whatever your vendor wants you to do. You know. Also for new players coming in, get yourself in there. It's a lot of work to get in TOC, but also a lot of work will pay off. You know, the payoff is big. Remote leads is the next new thing coming up for everybody. Remote leads is fun. You get to play people from all over the world, and you don't have to leave your bar. Every remote lead that you get into, you get paid out for that, but the very end of it is the TOC, which is like a bonus for you. The bonus is extra money, is fun, is awesome. You get to meet a lot of people, and you get to shoot with different people there. And you know what? You win something, you guys become best friends, which you never knew each other. That's what I love about it so much. And when you go to TOC, you can end up with great players. When you guys gel together, you win together. It don't take one person to win, it takes two. I was a good player. I wasn't the greatest player. And TOC is a fun place to be. I hope I see you there, and you know what? You could be my partner.
All right, we are back for the PM session here in Kansas City, Missouri at the 2016 TOC. We are joining just slightly late on this match. This is a winner's bracket king seat match in the Sunday PM qualifier for the women. We have old Moneybags, Trisha Romero, the champion of the MDI Gold, along with her partner Randy Talachka, competing against last year's co-champ in the women's finale, Julie Weger.
Yeah, this has the opportunity to be a very competitive women's match here.
Yeah, we have yet to see Julie on the feed yet, but we know how good Julie is.
Yeah, this is the first time for her this year, but still early in the weekend or week, I should say, for seeing everybody that we're going to see throughout the weekend. Trisha, though, doesn't look like she's lost much since we last saw her.
I don't know if it gets easier or tougher after winning $25,000 because I've never done it.
Yeah, I could only assume that it gets a little easier, but
you have to think there's a little bit of an adrenaline dump as well that comes along with now you've accomplished it and you're going to go celebrate.
Well, but Trisha said right afterwards when we were speaking with her, she said, I want to win.
That's true.
So I think she knows that she won $25,000. I think just the winning part of it was her focus, and that seems to be carrying over. But Julie doing a great job of fending her off here after a 6-0 average there at the start. Julie's really raised hers, and Trisha's is starting to come down.
Yeah, we do have averages for these two ladies. So Julie's actually in the bronze division of the MDI to be played on Tuesday. She's the highest, she's the second highest lady in that with a 3.733, and we know that Trisha is a 3.353. So on paper, Julie the favorite, but given the form we've seen out of Trisha the last couple of days, it'd be tough to mark anyone a favorite against her.
Yes. As we discussed, she's probably floating out there, and cannot imagine much rattling her at this point. And obviously still playing well, as she's already made another finals for the king seat.
But Julie, the better player so far in this leg, she holds a 78-point lead plus 2 numbers. She's going to shut down the 15s and 16s and hit a bullseye to put this leg out of reach for Trisha. Now, because this is a king seat match, it is race to 5, all cricket.
Yeah, both of these players are going to be able to get into this match and really settle in. You see wincing there from Trisha, just on the outside. Julie disappointed she didn't finish it up there. Trisha, though, going to have the opportunity to make her at least throw 2 darts the next time.
Yeah, I prematurely said that Julie put this leg out of reach, and Julie gave Trisha just enough slack to pull right back into it and take a 22-point lead. So Julie's still under a bit of pressure here.
Oh, and look at this. Julie can't believe the predicament she's going to put herself in. She does not take the lead. So here we see Trisha with a chance to hucklebuck this leg.
Yeah, it's going to take a big shot, but not going to do it now. She is going to make the right move and go right back to the bullseye. Coming away with a double.
So again, pressure back on Julie to get that score back. And I think that was just a slight blip that last turn.
Yeah.
And we see her finish her off. So now we'll see Trisha start. And it is 1-0 Julie Weger in this finals match. While we wait, while these girls set up the board, Trisha's going to step up here and try to own that 20 straight away. Having a little trouble here getting started. Finally catches a single.
Wow, and Trisha only one mark there to start that leg. So Julie going to look to punish.
You see the wince again from Julie. She rolls her eyes. Only coming away with a single herself.
Yeah, I'd never expect these two ladies to start one mark apiece.
So here we got Julie coming back straight away, though. Trisha straight into that treble. Oh, Julie making good though. All the way down to the 17. So Trisha really's got a handful here. As well as she was playing early, she's getting a little taste of her own medicine here from Julie.
Well, and had Julie been in the gold division of the MDI, she would have been one of the on-paper favorites as well. So not a huge surprise that Julie's playing this well.
Julie again with another big shot here, averaging 5.5 marks a turn. Trisha having to go over there to that 16 to try to mount her comeback.
Yeah, but a 5-5 for Julie. That's tough to compete against.
She's just going to keep it rolling. 6 more marks for Julie there.
Julie, a 2-time champion of the women's finale, so no lack of confidence for Julie when it comes to the TOC tournament.
It appears not. She's playing very, very well right now. I'm going to try to close out this leg and go up 2-0 in this finals for the king seat match. We've seen Trisha mount a little bit of a comeback on this bullseye before, but I don't think it's going to happen this time.
Trisha looking a bit defeated. I don't know if she's just surprised she hasn't kept up the form from earlier, or if she is a little worried about how well Julie's playing.
Looks like there might be a slight equipment issue here.
I was just going to ask if it was better. And I think Julie not setting the board up there because she knows there's a shot clock on the board. And if it were to take her longer than Trisha's shot to get that adjustment made on her dart, that she could potentially lose a dart on her turn.
So again, we're going to see Trisha start a cricket leg here. She is down 2-0 in a race to 5 here in the king seat final. She does catch that trip 20. Closed in 20 points.
Just as an update, Julie is up 2 legs to none in this race to 5. Another 5 mark for Trisha to retake the point lead following the big 9 mark of Julie.
And it looks like previous to this, the events that Julie's been playing in are the 2 mixed triples, or the mixed events. There was a mixed trips on Saturday morning and a mixed trips on Saturday evening. And since most of our coverage has been on the mixed doubles invitational and the qualifiers, that is why we haven't seen Julie.
Yeah, players do get to choose when they play their qualifiers, or their vouchers in the qualifiers. And some players like to play them early. Some players like to save them for later events. You just never know. It's really at the player's discretion. And Julie has opted not to play in the earlier ones. So here we see her. So Julie with a 5.33 average in this leg, with a commanding lead if she can hit that 17, but doesn't do it. So a window open now for Trisha.
She's got a solid opportunity here to try to turn this leg around. She does find the triple straight away, but unable to follow it. So no harm, no foul for Julie. She steps up here and looks good to take another leg here, which would make her up 3-0 if she ends up pulling out this leg as well.
So here comes Julie. Her average dipped down to only a 4-0, but she still is in the lead in this leg. She's going to look to increase that. Oh, a bit of frustration there from Julie. But she recovers nicely to take away the 16.
Just on the outside of that 15. Could have done with another triple to score some more points. However, Julie again stepping up here. First dart into that trip 15. Falls out into the 19. This woman's even missing good.
Some people have all the luck.
So Trisha again relegated back to those bullseyes to try to mount a comeback on this leg.
Only going to come away with 1. So Julie going to step to the board now, only needing 3 bullseyes to take a commanding 3-0 lead.
And there it is.
Yeah. Only needs 2 darts for Julie.
So in a race to 5, this is pretty much the point of no return, because as soon as they get 1 more, then they're on the hill. And there's really it's everything to do from there.
Yeah, moral of the story is Trisha has to get going. She cannot afford to continue to let Julie win legs, or it's going to be 5 straight.
Yeah, and most importantly, she's got to get going, because I can't imagine counting on Julie falling off.
No, I mean, even in the games where we've seen a bad shot or 2 from Julie, she's either had a real big shot before that or followed it with a real big shot to still keep her average 4-0 plus. But Trisha does open this leg with 2 triple 20s. That's a good start to a leg.
See her wave off that last dart. So Julie has to pick a new number. She selected the 18s. You see the wrinkled face after only 2 singles. Really playing at a great standard right now. Trisha, though, looking to make this leg her own. Big shot from her for a 5 mark. Julie down to those 17s.
And that's what I was talking about. Julie responding to a bad shot every single time. So she goes 2 mark in that last shot, knows she has to hit a big shot the next turn, walks up there and puts a 7 mark in the 17s to pull her average back up to a 4.33.
Trisha with a good find on her last dart. But Julie now with an open number. Can just sort of tee off here. And that's exactly what she does with another 7 mark. Back-to-back 7 marks after a poor shot out of Julie. And Trisha left to continue to try to score on those 20s.
She does have the advantage of the bigger number, so if she can stay hitting the same amount of marks as Julie, it is to her advantage. But Julie's making it very hard to keep up with her as she hits a huge shot. Trips the 17, trips the 20, and takes the 18 away. A perfect turn for her in the moment.
Up by a point. Just an excellent shot.
Yeah, both these ladies getting a little comfortable in this leg now. And Trisha playing better than we've seen her play in the other legs, and Julie keeping up that fine form, if not increasing it just a hair.
See her even getting frustrated with just 3 singles. All halfway decent darts too, just never went in. And Trisha turning this leg around. A big third dart to take Julie's toy away.
Yeah, that was a clutch switch right there.
This is a great leg of darts from these two ladies. Julie only closing. So Trisha with a opportunity to really take a stranglehold if she closes those 15s. It's going to take her all 3. She does end up finding the triple. The power close on the last dart. We finally see a leg where Julie's going to be trailing, headed into the bullseyes. And she just will not quit. Closes the bullseyes and the 16s. Pressure on Trisha now to hit the hat trick. She's going to need a double here. And you just can't see Julie missing two darts at this.
No, that was a very clutch shot to take away that 16 and force Trisha to have to throw the hat trick. Great finish to that leg by Julie.
And there we see it, 4-0. Julie Weegar taking out her frustrations of Trisha's $25,000 winner's check from earlier.
Yeah, late game heroics were pretty big by Julie in that leg there. She did not want to relinquish one single leg.
And even when Trisha's tried to mount a little bit of a comeback at the end of some of these legs, Julie just trips the number to score and still closes out the bullseye. Trisha, though, sticking in there, staying solid with 4 marks. Julie with the big 6 mark. Great standard for her. She's going to be one to watch for sure the rest of the week. Trisha regaining that point lead. Even though she hasn't hit a whole lot, maybe Julie Whitehorse Weegar?
I mean, yeah. I mean, there's probably a lot of nicknames that are good things in darts that Julie could be called. But I do like the alliteration with the white horse. Yeah, we'll have to find out if she has an actual dart nickname. And heck, you could call her Julie the Winner Weegar.
Yeah.
She probably wins a lot.
She probably does. She is rolling tonight. And it's so funny when we see a player of Trisha's caliber, who played absolutely magnificent earlier.
And isn't playing awful in this by any stretch of the imagination.
No, it's just the level that Julie's playing at is dwarfing what Trisha's throwing at her.
Yeah, I mean, we did see quite a few legs where Trisha was in the more 5 to 6 range earlier, and she's not there now. But you have to wonder, she's been playing all day long. She did have that adrenaline dump we talked about earlier. And is it a matter of because Julie's playing so well, or is it because of exhaustion? There's a lot of factors that go into it, but Julie is playing the way that we saw Trisha play earlier.
Yeah, and there another 7 mark, just unrelenting. Trisha's going to need to trip that again. Only coming away with a single.
It's looking like one-way traffic in this match, as Julie has the opportunity now to take away the 16 and really drive the nail home.
Getting a little loose there. She didn't even shrug her shoulders after that shot. She figured after all these 7 marks, maybe she deserved a 2 mark. Trisha puts in a big shot to move that bar. Julie now gonna have to be back on her game to reel these points back, and she's straight back in that triple. Shuts it down. Scores another 19 points to go up. Now Trisha Romero gonna need at least a 5 mark to take that point lead away. Oh, and after a good first start, just puts 2 short. Julie the winner. Just falling off just a bit there.
So we'll see if Trisha can battle back here in the late game like Julie did in that last leg. But she's only going to come away with 2 15s to still be trailing by 8 points. So Julie now stepping to the board, looking to shut down Trisha's playground, take away the swing set, close up the slide, and send her to the 1-loss bracket.
I will say Trisha has hit bullseyes well at the end of these legs, but it's been Julie that has really shined in this match.
Yeah, it's almost like Trisha's resigned to the fact that Julie's just too much in this match. She'll try to battle back and see what she can give her later. There we see it. Julie Weegar with the 2-bull for the finish and a 5-0 win over your MDI champion, Trisha Romero. All right, we join this men's qualifier match. We have Randy Palachka playing Brian Hasselbrock. This is a king seat match. We don't know the leg score right now, but it is a race to 5, all cricket. We do see that Randy's going second in this leg, so we have to imagine he won the leg before. I think that they started roughly the same time as the women, so they're probably 4 or 5 legs or more into this match.
Randy, the Randy we were referring to when we were talking about Trisha over on the other board. So again, back in fine form. Both of the MDI winners make it to their respective bracket finals.
Yeah, and we see why they're the champions right here. I mean, a 5.86 from Randy in this leg. A really dominating performance here so far. Full disclosure, I don't know Brian Hasselbrock. I don't know that we've seen him on the feed to this point, but to be in any qualifier king seat match, you certainly had to play some very good darts to get there. So Randy needing 3 bulls, only hits 1. That's a bit of a door for Brian if he can step it up and hit some bullseyes.
Yeah, just a note about Brian's pedigree. It looks like he beat Dave Madison in the first round, Jake Smith in the second round, Jason Heiser in the third, and then to make it here, he bested Mike Walters.
So certainly some names we recognize along the way. So to beat those level players, he has to be playing well.
So Randy here shuts down the bullseye, knowing that Brian cannot close him out, having 3 numbers open. He's going to do his darndest. And Randy really going to have to...
Yeah, he still forced himself to throw 72. And a mistake that Brian made there is taking away the 17. Although he only needed a single to do so, Randy now only needs 4 18s to win this match, whereas if he would have shot it the other way, he could have forced Randy to have to hit 5 17s. But Randy doesn't do the job, only coming away with 2. So Brian now an opportunity for a 5 mark and the win in this leg that he was all but done in.
Oh, and he doesn't get the opportunity. You see what he thinks of that shot. So Randy now steps to the board, only needing... There, he falls into there.
So an opportunity wasted for Brian there, as Randy did give him a chance late in that leg.
Yeah, he did, which I do not normally expect out of Randy. We harped on it pretty much all day that he played very, very well each time he was under pressure. So again, the best we could assume is that Randy is up 2-0, but that may or may not be the entire story. And again, just a little bit. We'll go over and see what Randy had to do to get here. Randy beat Terry Parker in the first round. Ed Jones, who you may have seen on the feed not too long ago. In the second round, Ray Morgan. And then to reach this board final, Matt Luchins. Luchins?
Yeah, played him on V-Darts quite a bit. He's a very solid player.
So Randy finally finding that triple on the 19.
So here comes Brian with a pretty sizable lead in this leg, and he's going to increase that. So after starting with 2 marks, he's put in 6 good darts in a row. to really take control of Randy's misses in this leg.
Randy, though, staying hot on those 18s. Only comes away with 54 points, though. Back to that 20. Definitely playing like he doesn't want to lose this leg.
Yeah, a bit more sense of urgency as well out of Brian. So I wonder if it takes that to get him going. Maybe he was overthinking a little bit in that last leg. This leg he seems to be a little more rat-a-tat-tat.
Randy puts in another 2 triple turn.
Staying steady, that's what it's all about.
Waiting for a mistake from Brian at this point. He's not in the mood to make one right now. Randy now with a 9 mark. I would assume he's going to follow that X on the 15. Goes to the bigger number. Does come away with 7, so again, 80 more points. Reels it within 12.
Yeah, pulling back into this match. You see him there with the better average to this point. But Brian not mucking around. He's going to take away the 15, or trip the 15 for 30 points and a close, and switch up to the 20 to increase that point lead even more.
Yeah, big shot out of Brian there. Randy needs to start hitting that triple 19 with some regularity and try to get a shot at that 20. Oh, and 2 single 8s. It's not going to be able to come back at this stage.
No, the first slack turn we've seen from Randy in the last couple. And Brian going to take that 16 away right away, and then go at the bullseye for 2 singles. You see Randy's face there in the background. He knows what that means for this leg. Going to need 5 bullseyes just to take a small point lead and a 4-point lead. And that's going to leave Brian only needing 2 singles to win this game.
Shake of the head. He knows that means trouble.
So here comes Brian looking down 1 bullseye. First dark double bull. The power close for the game.
So we see these guys marking scores each leg to keep track of it. Again, since we've started watching, Randy is up 2-1.
So that does mean with the loser starts format, Randy will have the start in this next leg. Start of this leg pretty important. Randy didn't open with the best of shots on the last one after Brian only went 2 marks. See what he does here on the open with only 4 20s. He was what he would have wanted more.
Yeah, five mark minimum for starts, especially on that 20. Makes your opponent actually trip the 19 twice before they get a shot at it. Looks like he's gotten away with it, and he has closed the 19 as well. Oh, and just left into the 5. So really no change to the shot of Brian. He's going to have to put in two triple 18s. Again, only comes away with 1, so 18 points scored. We'll see how aggressive Randy's going to play this.
Pretty aggressive as he opens up with a triple 18 on that first start, switches down to triple 17 and the 16. A white horse. You hear the sounds there. The guitar riff by our own Patrick Mulligan.
And Brian looked a little reserved there.
Tough to respond to.
Absolutely. See if Randy can keep this up with the 2-point lead. He's going to, and extend that and into the bullseye. Cruise control at this point for Randy after that big 9 mark.
So like putting turkey in a crock pot, you set it and forget it?
Set it and forget it. I like it. Randy stepping up, only needing 2 bullseyes and a score to take this to what we believe to be at least 3-1.
Looks like they're shaking hands. This match might be over. So it does appear that's the case. Yep, Randy with the paper in his hand. This one's done. So Randy Talachka keeping his winning ways going. He's been playing since early this morning, and he hasn't lost a single match. Undefeated as he takes the king seat of the Sunday PM men's qualifier, sending Brian Hasserbrock down to the 1-loss bracket. Randy Talachka will wait and see who comes to try to dethrone the champion.
Needless to say, when the pediatrician called and said that it was a solid bone tumor, it's hard to process.
I had osteosarcoma on my left distal femur.
It's really important to have foundations like Pediatric Cancer Foundation that are working on new trials, new medicines of hope for these kids.
You have a whole new perspective on life.
We set up our lemonade stand in the driveway, and Jackson raised $2,800. Paying it forward is really important to us.
Excellent. So what are you going to do with the money? You got $10,000 each?
Money's going on a down payment on a house. So
Wow.
buy new shoes.
Shoes. That's awesome. A lot of shoes are 10 grand. Janice, this is your second time winning.
Yes, it is. The first time came in really good money because I was laid off. So this time I'm not laid off, so I probably spend my money a little bit better.
Excellent. Well, what are you going to do? What are you going to do with your money?
I'm gonna fix my hot tub that's broke. Have somebody fix it instead of me fixing it. And whenever we want something, get it out of the bank.
At this point, I'm going to let my wife sit down and help make a decision on that at this point.
So you guys get to split 20 grand?
20,000.
Woohoo! What are you going to do with that money?
Going shopping.
Eric, yeah, you guys got your partners to answer to.
Kids, she doesn't.
Congratulations. It's a really great honor that you guys are the first mixed doubles champions, and hopefully there's many more to come.
Thank you.